Kia ora tātou. And welcome everyone to this session of this meeting of the Dunedin City Council. And I note with interest that the clock started to strike exactly coordinated to the internet at 10 a.m, so which is very good, which speaks to the maintenance regime that is conducted on that clock. Well done. So I'd like to open the meeting by inviting the Reverend Canon Michael Wallace from All Saints Church to begin the meeting with a prayer.
Kia whai karoria te atua I runga rawa kia mau te rongo ki te whenua me te whakaro pai kina. Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for the invitation to pray with you today. I'll offer two prayers. The first about the weather in the North Island, and the second for your meeting. Kai noi tātou, let us pray. God of the present moment, God who in Jesus stills the storm and soothes the frantic heart, bring hope and courage to all those afflicted by Cyclone Gabrielle and the other weather events as they wait in uncertainty. Bring hope that you will make them equal of whatever lies ahead. Bring them courage to endure what cannot be avoided, for your will is flourishing whānau and communities. You are God and we need you. We keep in our prayers all who have been impacted by the cyclone and the present weather events across Aotearoa. Let us keep one another in prayer and in love, and keep our whānau and our neighbours safe with our actions. Mā te atua koutou e manaki e tiaki I tēnei wā. Āmine. E te atua tō mātou kaihanga, ka te aho te maramatanga me te ora I au kupu kōrero, ka temata o mahi, ka mau te tika me te aroha, me te kia utono kia mātou, tō aroha I roto I tēnei huihuinga, whakaki a mātou whakaro, a mātou mahi katoa e tō wairua tapu. God our Creator, when you speak there is light and life. When you act there is justice and love. Grant that your love may be present in this meeting, so that your creation and those most vulnerable may be held up and protected, and that everything said and done may be filled with your Holy Spirit. Amen.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. Now for Public Forum, we have three speakers for Public Forum, and I'd like to start with Ruth Harvey and Kate Schrader from the Dunedin Fringe Festival. Welcome to the chair. The next 5 minutes are all yours. There's a clock on the wall behind. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou. My name is Kate Schrader. I'm one of the acting co-directors for the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Ruth Harvey. I'm the other acting co-director of the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust. So we're just over 2 weeks out from the kick-off of Dunedin Fringe Festival 2023. And we wanted to pop by and give you a little bit more context about Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust's work, thank the Council for its support, and to encourage you to spread the word about Dunedin Fringe and attend as many events as you can. So the Trust has a vision for a city that is ignited by creativity, a city where all people embrace arts, culture and creativity into their daily lives, a city that celebrates its artists as the change makers and visionaries that they are. And we know that everyone in this city is engaged in and enriched by arts and culture, whether or not they know it. They listen to music, they watch Netflix, they read books, they cook food, they sing in the shower, they write secret poems that nobody gets to read, they dance around their living room, and all the many other ways they express themselves. So art and culture, as we know, helps people empathise, understand both their own identities and perspectives of others, and improves people's health and well-being, and helps us imagine new solutions to the issues of our times. So Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust plays a unique and vital role in supporting people to express themselves creatively. We have a special focus on young and emerging artists, fostering the next generation of artistic talent in this city.
Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust has a focus on open access. So we provide a vital platform for people of all abilities to discover, explore and nurture their creativity. When they think of us though, most people probably think of the festival, which is our flagship event. This year's program we have 91 unique events, 69 live events delivered around the city and 22 international digital events. We collaborate closely with other theatre, performing arts, music and commercial venues around Dunedin who make the Fringe possible. And we're a key part of the performing arts ecosystem that generates future creative talent and brings revenue to local businesses, accommodation providers and others. I'm personally most excited about, well, quite a few shows in the program, but Dark Radio is one that's really jumping out at me. I encourage you all to check out the program. They're a past Best in Fringe winner, that company, and it's come through the lunchtime theatre program at the Otago University, so it's got a history here in town. There's also Cynthia Hugh Ying Lam's one-woman show, Love Mum, which is coming down from Auckland, so that's a touring award, which is something else that Fringe affords Utaputi Dunedin, as shows coming here and sharing their creativity with our people.
I'm going to jump ahead because we're running out of time. So we provide year-round artistic programming beyond just Fringe. We do the Amped Music Project, a free music mentorship program for high school age young people that happens between July and September, and it's going into its 11th year. And in 2022, we had 34 young people participate from 9 schools with 15 tutors, 15 guest artists, 4 workshops, 4 gigs, and 281 young people attending. So that's amazing. And we have the New Zealand Young Writers Festival, an annual 4-day program of workshops, panel discussions, performances, and it's an opportunity for many to step into the literary festivals world. In 2022, it was our 8th year, and we had 15 guests, 23 local creatives, and presented 17 free events.
So in 2022, we opened Te Whare o Rukutia, a new performing arts venue, and that was in partnership with DCC, with support from Creative New Zealand and Ministry of Culture and Heritage. Since opening, it's hosted rehearsals, residencies, discos for children with disabilities, award-winning theatre performances, cabaret. I know we're running out of time, so there's much more, but I'll cut that a little bit short. And then we're also working on the Dunedin Community Gallery on behalf of DCC and curating the White Box Gallery in our Fringe HQ just down the road.
So our work wouldn't be possible without our key partners, and DCC is top of the list. We receive support through grants and the provision of space. As Kay said, the council was a key partner in the establishment of Te Whare o Rukutia. So we, as you might have heard, had a challenging time recently. The festival nearly didn't go ahead, but because of DCC, OCT, we are going ahead. So we just want to encourage you all to get out there amongst the beauty and joy of Fringe Festival 2023. Get curious, challenge yourself, and see something unusual or different. And that's what Fringe is all about. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you. Are you happy to take questions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Kate and Ruth, for your incredible mahi. It's an excellent programme, and God forbid if I ever sing in the shower. So just, I asked you this before, but maybe just so I can verbalise it for the rest, how are ticket sales going, and what can we do to help boost if that's needed?
Thank you for the question. They're going really well. We had a huge uptick after sort of the program launch, and then it's climbing every week since then, which we're thrilled about. There's a few key front runners, so some of them you will need to get in quick if you want to get a ticket. In terms of what you can do, talking about it is the big thing. Word of mouth is one of the biggest marketing techniques that still works. Social media is another big one. I mean, the digital word of mouth. Those are two big ways that you can support the Fringe.
And any coincidence is a sign of the times that the programme is heavily weighted to comedy?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think as a past producer myself, comedy is really easy to tour, so it may have something more to do with that, I would say.
Although we all need a laugh at the moment.
Councillor Gilbert?
Thank you. Just a quick question. You mentioned about bringing people to town and lots of people coming into town for it and things like that. Just merely curious to try and put a pin in it. Do we have any information as to roughly how many room nights or unique visitors or anything like that come specifically because of, and I know there are quite a number, but specifically for?
We don't have it here. Off the top of our heads. It's something that, because we share a space with the Science Festival who do collect that data really well. So it's something we've been talking about doing a better job of collecting because we want to know. We have a vague idea that we could share with you, obviously after the meeting. Just get in touch and we can share that information. No worries.
Councillor Gary?
Thank you, and congratulations on getting this far, and I know you've had challenges in the last few years, so let's hope there aren't any obstacles to the festival being successful. My question was about looking ahead a wee bit further and wanting to know what the challenges you see ahead in the further future.
That's a great question. I think, we are... the elephant in the room is always funding for arts organisations, and we are aware that there is a lot of context that complicates that at the moment. The cyclone, for example, will have an effect, inflation. We're hearing from funders that they're thinking about, holding their funding at a steady level. And of course, Creative New Zealand, which along with the DCC is a massive supporter of Dunedin Fringe, and a lot of the arts organisations across the country have just announced that they're going to rethink the way that they do their funding. And we are looking forward to having our say about how we want that to go. So I think, that is a big challenge for us, just as it is for many across the country. The pandemic still is having a very significant effect on arts organisations, just like it is across all of the country. Just because we're 3 years in doesn't mean it's over, and doesn't mean those effects haven't been felt. So really our focus is on supporting artists who have had a really tough time over the last 3 years. That's why we chose to go ahead with the Fringe 2023. We just couldn't crush those dreams another year. So, we are thinking hard about how we support artists and deepen our relationships with them over the coming years as we adapt to those challenges.
Thank you very much, and all the best for the festival.
Thank you very much. Well done. Next guest for Public Forum is Andrew Sutherland, who wishes to speak about environmental issues. Welcome to the chair, Andrew. The next 5 minutes are all yours.
So reds go, yeah? Red should be stopped, shouldn't it? Right. I'm a happily married father. I've got 3 amazing young daughters. I've never stopped being fascinated by nature. I read a lot about science and environmental and the climate crisis that we are now facing together. I noticed the priest was reflecting on what it is for the whole of the North Island at the moment, and I share that sentiment. But unlike him, I think those of us that don't have a God, we need to take a personal responsibility for what we see unfolding before us. And that's really why I stand here in a pretty uncomfortable place. But I think the future, as is the present for the North Islanders at the moment, is going to be a hell of a lot more uncomfortable for all of us. Remember, we're at 1.2 degrees of global warming at the moment. That's science. It's not a a speculative number. And by all accounts, it's looking like we're going to get to probably 2.5 degrees of warming, which, if you just take one little media slice out of the last 3 or 4 weeks in the north, you can multiply that. It's just an escalating set of environmental events that are occurring and going to continue to occur. So I've consequently had a growing dread over a number of years, and I personally have put myself on the line. I've tried to stop coal trains, I've blocked motorways with various groups that are taking this issue a lot more seriously than I suggest most of us are. I'm in a privileged position. I'm an older, white, financially comfortable male, and I realise that makes it a bit harder for people that aren't in my privileged position to take actions. And I don't really care what you guys think of me. I'm here to try and really emphasise the urgency. I want you to feel more urgency about this issue and not be playing the petty politics of, is George Street going to cost too much money? These sorts of partisan arguments, we've got no time for them anymore. And what I'm appealing to you, and why I've gone off script, for better or worse, is because I think we have to look beyond our own selfish individual politics and personal material needs, and just think, do we want what's happening in the north to continue to happen to all of us? I mean, it's not going to stop because it's convenient at the moment. It's in the North Island. I'm going up there in a couple of weeks to do some work because I feel compelled to help, even though I've been trying to advocate for us to stop it. So emissions are what we need to basically reduce, right? I know some of you have already started down that road of practicing what you preach, but you're our leaders, and it is beholden upon you to take more responsibility. And I don't get that feeling, that's where my anxiety comes from. I don't see leadership showing the courage or the scientific understanding, frankly, to really get to the nub of this existential threat. It's threatening all of us, all species, and that makes me also quite sad, because we've already lost numerous species. Yep, 17 seconds, Jules. So yeah, that's really. I mean, I've tried to make it personal today because I've seen lots of talking around this table and people are just reading on auto cue, and it just bores me. I go to sleep in it and I'm invested, So sorry if it was a little bit rambly, but I hope I may have had, a little bit more impact in the urgency of it. Anyway.
Are you happy to take questions?
Absolutely.
Yep. Well, remains to be seen. Deputy Mayor Barkin.
Council has been doing some work on climate action, but I've asked many questions and given speeches about how we are slow about it. What would you expect, or what would you want to see council doing to show leadership?
Well, firstly, I would expect as an absolute minimum that you all understand the depth and breadth at a reasonably simple level of the science around climate change, so that you're not making public media blues around fundamentals on it, okay? Sea level rise occurs because the ocean is absorbing 95% of our global heat emissions at the moment. 95%. Just think about that for a second. When I first read that, it bamboozled me. I just thought that can't be right. So that absorption of heat that we are anthropogenically, encouraging, is expanding the ocean. So the fact that we've got cool temperatures out at St Kilda does not stop climate change occurring for us.
So I guess my question is that we have put in our last week put quite a lot of resources into zero carbon in staff members and budget. So I guess that we have generally accepted around the table that climate change is an existential threat. I'm just wondering about how council ourselves can show leadership and what you expect from us.
I would say just being, as I said, informed and thanks, Steve. And trying to practice in your own lives, like showing leadership to me. I mean, I'm not a leader, but I basically have not flown in an aeroplane for the last 4 years. That's me trying to demonstrate to others that I really am fearful, and I'm prepared as a comfortable middle class individual to take some personal cuts in my lifestyle, So it's really just showing by acting on the urgency. I mean, I could corral a bunch of my clever friends around to give you guys guidance. If you're genuine in that question, I will come back to you with a more substantive answer, Sophie, but I don't.
So you're aware that we're expecting to have a climate action plan, I guess, by the end of June, and I wonder, our staff will be listening, no doubt, that you would like to engage with staff or you to help with that plan?
If council genuinely comes to me or any other members of our activism community, we'll invest time. I mean, I stood here a couple of years ago in the same t-shirt, I haven't worn it since, requesting at a really basic level, like, guys, you're still letting the bloody building inspectorate build houses in South Dunedin. Now, I know some of you don't think sea level rise is a threat, but it actually is, and South Dunedin is the first place it's going to go. So fundamental to your responsibility as leaders is to stop issuing permits in South D and start a managed retreat from there. This is the sort of basic stuff that needs to happen. I know we've got a legislative thing in the pipeline coming from national government, but I'm appealing to you. You're intelligent, thoughtful people. Let's show some leadership from here and start taking action before. Anyway, sorry, Sophie, that's probably a rant again, but please. I'll give you my email. I'm happy to take those questions and try and give you helpful, constructive answers to the call.
We're not going to get through all the questions quickly from Councillor Gary.
Thank you, and thank you for coming to speak to us today and expressing your personal held and strong views. It's helpful. I wanted to know what you would say regarding the sections of our community who just don't get it. It's an inconvenience, and it's no comment or disrespect to our community, but there are people in the community who don't understand the urgency.
Yeah, but they're not being paid, Councillor Carey, to make the decisions, okay? this is a democracy. You've all been voted in here. I voted for probably at least half of you. And we've got to show leadership and express the urgency of this problem. It's just terrifying to me, frankly, that I'm standing here while our emissions continue to rise at an extraordinary rate, and we're seeing the devastation just happening to us like a bunch of lemmings, you know.
So would it be fair to say that you're asking us for strong, courageous leadership?
Are you taking this?
No, not at all.
Of course, that's right.
Yep.
I feel
Thank
like
you.
I repeat that
Yep.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's all we have time for. Thank you. And we now have Diane Yeldon talking about the water infrastructure reforms. Welcome to the chair. The next 5 minutes are all yours. Yes, please.
Okay, right. I'm here to congratulate you and tell you you're doing a great job, and I'm going to be specific about this. This is probably going to be unusual for you because most people come here and complain and want something. This is really great. I can stand. I feel much better speaking and standing. And I can actually, with my blurry eyesight, I can actually see something that says 4:48 up there, and I think it's going to turn red. That's wonderful. I can time it, okay? So you know I'm a council watcher, a long-term council watcher, so I'm familiar with the history of the Dunedin City Council, and I also know a little bit about politics. So when I heard about the Labour government's intention to change water services, my ears pricked up. And I thought, oh, is this privatisation in another disguise? So I waited to see all the details, how the details were going to come out. And the details didn't come out. And I was online and communicating online with various other people talking about council issues. And there just seemed to be this incredible disinformation, misinformation, lack of information coming from the government about what the government intended to do. And locally, people making all sorts of remarks about the DCC's position. Well, the DCC couldn't have a position because there wasn't any information to make a decision on. So something I remember, and I mean this is wonderful, this report, it's be difficult for the person who's not familiar with council process to understand. I do hope you'll do a press release, okay, because you've made your position absolutely clear, and I think, and very detailed, a very, very sound and strong argument, okay, and I think that you're definitely representing the I mean, that's only opinion, okay, but this from I've talked to people, I've looked at online comment, I've been involved in privatisation discussions in the past, and I think that you're right on target representing the people of Dunedin, okay? I'm pretty sure. And if you do a press release, I think you'll get positive feedback on this. So if I just go back to the past, I particularly want to mention that I think Councillor O'Malley, as Chair of Infrastructure, did a fantastic job last Triennial, and Councillor Houlihan also, she might be known for being outspoken, and thank you, Councillor Houlihan, that you are outspoken. I remember a meeting, I'm going to go a bit faster now, I remember a meeting where I was absolutely gobsmacked. The council meeting was involved about a letter that was going to be signed by Mayor Hawkins to the Minister for Local Government on the subject of the waters restructuring, reform, whatever. And that meeting seemed to me a most peculiar meeting because it started off with a statement that the DCC had broad support for the reforms. And I thought, that's very strange. I know most of the councillors, and they, you know, I've got the impression that they don't have broad support. So I was quite confused about that. And when the discussion occurred, the first thing I noticed was that Councillor Houlihan said, no, basically, no, we don't have broad support for it. And the discussion continued. And again, this is a matter of record, okay, it's on the video, meeting video. Mayor Hawkins said that it was a staff letter repeatedly, and I thought, that's funny, do staff make these kind of decisions? But he was going to sign it. So, okay, how does a mayor sign a staff letter? That didn't make sense to me. Maybe I just don't understand. And there was something else very strange about it too. And I think that was probably that the council didn't give broad support for the reforms, and there were so many little paragraphs, and it was a very long document. It just went on and on and on. And I was really very surprised and wondered what the mayor's position was. I wasn't really sure whether he supported Three Waters or not. It was very difficult. It's quite clear that Ngāi Tahu supported Three Waters. I mean, absolutely clear. But I think I'm not a racist, you know, I'm not racist, but I can understand that local Maori and Maori organisations might have rights to natural water, but I don't see they have rights to pipes and reticulation in cities. So I think that's a pretty widely held, this assets belong to the people of the city. So I think that meeting finished without a resolution being put. There was some discussion afterwards, maybe private discussion, about whether the meeting was conducted correctly, but I believe it was correctly conducted according to standard orders, because no resolution was put, except there was kind of a general agreement that the Chair of Infrastructure and the Mayor would kind of negotiate to amend the letter. I don't remember seeing the amended letter, but then there followed that. Okay, this is going to be, I've run out of time, Mayor Raddick. Okay, so anyway, look, the basic thing is thank you very much. You've done a great job, and I'm sure you're representing the interests of the people of Dunedin. It's very important, and thumbs up for everybody. Okay.
Thank you, and thank you for thank you for sticking to time. I think we have some questions. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Diane, for turning up. So you've seen the submission that we're putting up this time, and it's quite strongly worded. You've said that you would like us to follow up with the press release. Would you like us to get slightly more front-footed on this, given the late moments we're in at the moment, where this is probably the last chance to influence the outcome of this, and if we don't influence it, we'll go through?
I sort of criticise campaigning when it comes to health services, because I think there's sorry. Okay, so I've said that campaigning regarding health services is out of your jurisdiction. It's basically not local government business, I think, anyway. But this is local government business. And I think that the more we communicate with people and translate this into stuff that people actually understand, I think they know the gist of the danger already. So you definitely start with the press. Don't leave it up to the ODT.
Thank you. I think that's it for questions. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Moving on to apologies. We have an apology from Councillor Andrew Wiley, and that is it. I move that the Council accepts that apology. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you. And declarations of interest. There, we have the members' interest register as attached to the agenda. I move that we confirm the members' interest register. Do I have a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Barker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Confirmation of minutes from the previous council meeting carried out on the 31st of January 2023. I move that council confirms the public part of the minutes as a correct record. Is there a seconder? Councillor Mayhem. Would anyone like to comment? No, thank you. So all those in favour of the motion say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Reports. Actions from resolutions of council meetings. Item number 6 on our agenda. Ms. Graham will speak to the report.
Happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in terms of the hospital campaign and the where we're sitting in terms of timelines as to where that will specifically start. What's in terms of what the advertising agency, or whatever we're calling them, are doing?
There's a meeting scheduled Wednesday or Thursday. I'll just check with Ms. Mash. Thursday, which hopefully will have the creative material at that point.
So are we targeting a specific start date, or is that just dependent on what happens on Thursday?
We haven't targeted a specific date, but we're looking to go. The letters to the various ministers and politicians, I believe, are in hand and on the way, and then the campaign is good to go. Been multiple discussions with a range of parties, trying to line it up so that it's coordinated, sharp and hard-hitting.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Just thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further to that question and answer, can I ask, have the requests to the political parties formally been sent yet for the level of funding we're expecting?
I don't know if they've been formally sent. I know they've been drafted and just waiting. They were finalised yesterday, I believe.
I'll speak to that. We had a discussion about that yesterday morning, and just there were a few tweaks to be done.
In the absence of a detailed briefing about what's happening when, I just are concerned that this is considerable time has elapsed already since the resolution was passed, and I would have thought that communicating formally to the political parties we agreed unanimously to ask is not an enormous task, and it could well have happened already.
Well, whilst it's true we've had a cyclone in the middle, and I think it would be churlish to be looking for a money response for our hospital just at that point while everything was happening. So I think it's a better thing just to leave it till now. But we're also aiding the recovery of that. But I mean, of course, the hospital rebuild or the hospital build is an equally long-term issue, but very important for us. But it's not appropriate to be clouding that picture especially over that week of the very important urgent response, in which the government has been focused on, sending money to that. So I think it's an appropriate time now to get the campaign underway in a public sense. Although things have been ticking away in the background, as you see, there was further response this morning. I had a discussion with the Mayor of Invercargill this morning, and things because as you know that they are very supportive of the campaign, and various other parties who are not so supportive have been taken to task, and so things are ticking away steadily in the background. But I think to have launched a big public campaign a week, in the last couple of weeks while we've had all that devastation up north, would appear churlish, to my point of view. Do we have any questions about the actions from resolutions of council meetings? Any other questions? Councillor Gary.
Just on that same issue, just want to ask the Chief, presumably the apology today in the media around poor communication from Whatuora around the changes has been noted?
Indeed, and I think if I may just support what the Mayor's been saying, that we need a coordinated campaign with a very clear ask, which we have from the council resolution, but then nutting out a timetable working backwards from what we're trying to do. So this will be, so we'll send the letters and then be ready to swing it immediately behind with the campaign rather than not having anything ready to go. And so I think the apology is a reflection on the heat that is being felt with the work that's going on quietly in the background.
Presumably we all noted that the Minister was not best pleased.
Indeed. So I'll move that the Council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of council meetings. Seconded, Councillor Walker. Does anyone else like to speak to that? Right. So all those in favour say aye. Carried. No, I presume no one against. Thank you. Forward, item number 7, forward work programme for council, February 23. Ms Graham will speak to the report.
Again, I'm happy to take questions, Mr Mayor.
Are there any questions? Firstly, Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question on page 39 about zero carbon 2030, and in the report in January we discussed the citywide emissions reduction plan, which was going to be from January 23 to mid 23, and we've had someone come to the forum today, and I just wonder if there's it says that there's a update report to June 2023, and I wondered if there's a number of strategy planning and engagement committees coming up, if we couldn't have a report on what's happening with the zero carbon plan so that we have more oversight over it.
I'll certainly follow that up with the team.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. On the same page, waste minimisation and management bylaw. I notice it is on hold pending completion of the Otago Regional Waste Assessment and any possible amendments. Two questions from that, and I apologise if I have missed reading it somewhere. The Otago Regional Waste Assessment, I don't know what that is, and I'd like clarification on that, but also what the time frame is behind that whole thing, please.
So the waste assessment that's referenced there is something that's being led through the Mayoral Forum, and it's a region-wide piece of work that's been done. I'm happy to circulate to you the material that's been done previously and provide you with an update on the work that's planned, but it's across all of the TAs and the Regional Council in Otago. The time frame, I think, and actually I can't guess, I'll have to let you know because I'm sorry I don't have that at my fingertips.
That'd be good, thank you.
We're done with questions. Thank you. We have a mover and a seconder. So would anyone like to, I'll put the motion. Does anyone like to speak to it? Okay, so I'll move that the council notes the updated council forward work program as shown in attachment A. We've seconded already? All those? Hasn't been seconded? Yes, I'll take Councillor Deputy Mayor Barker. So all those in favour say aye. Against? Thank you. Item number 8, the Water Services Legislation Bill and Water Services Economic Efficiency and Consumer Protection Bill, our submission. Mr. Drew and Ms. Kenton and Ms. McKenzie. Thank you. Questions, please. Councillor O'Malley.
I'll start with a couple and then hopefully that will get other people wanting to ask questions as well. Looking at key points in the staff report, and your key point number 2 is more or less summarised again in the introduction to the letter. Can you just comment on the idea that ratepayers and consumers might end up paying more at the end of this, given that the underlying assumption was that this was going to make water more affordable? Relationship specifically to extra burden that the councils will take on and the ability of the water services entity to deliver.
Just before staff answer, I think councillors need to just be aware that this is an intensely political issue, and so staff will be able to respond to factual questions about the submission and factual questions about it's a broad.
I'd be happy to define that more.
I think that would be helpful because staff won't be taking obviously a political position and simply have drafted a submission that reflects the council's position. So we've got technical experts in both legal and engineering, and so just if council would be mindful of that.
Just go through part B sort of piece by piece then. So effectively, more or less, says the opening sentence is that between the combined rates and the water services charges, we think that the consumer may end up paying more. And components of that would be that currently we self-bill ourselves with rates with our water entity, and this new entity will be exempted rates. So am I correct in saying then that an anticipated rates in input to us would actually now be lost under this current legislation?
That's correct.
The other components, and as you go through the legislation and look at our submission, are things like 14 days notice to civil works, which would then mean that a water entity could come in and with 14 days notice say, I'm digging up a stretch of road. And of course, would we be anticipated then that may come as an expense to us afterwards?
Correct, and it doesn't give us an opportunity to combine it with other work that the council may choose to do at the same time.
So without belabouring it too much, is it reasonable then to anticipate that we will get given a burden that we don't currently have, because we currently have water sitting as a department of council inside the council, that when it becomes an external entity, just the communication between an external entity versus an internal department, like the 14 days notice to civil works, we would anticipate that there may be some burden would come with that?
There are elements within the legislation that'll make it more difficult than it is at the moment.
Thank you. Now I'm going to go all the way down to Part F of that Section 2. Can Section 130 of the Local Government Act, as it stands right now, which will be struck by this legislation, is a prohibition of removal of assets. Councils are prohibited to divest their assets. Is that correct under Section 130 of the Local Government Act?
That's correct as well.
So an absolute prohibition. And is it true that with majority in government, with a voting majority, the current government with voting majority is striking down Section 130 in order to pass this legislation through?
This is correct. We don't believe the protections proposed are as strong as what they currently are.
And it's true that those protections are a legislative protection that had the same ability to be protected in a political environment as Section 130 did when it was put up in 2002. In other words, a simple government majority can overturn any legislative position. So in the future, if a government wanted to privatise water, it would only have to strike down the legislative protection in place right now, and it could go forward with what it wanted to, in the same way the government has just done this to Section 130.
That's correct.
Anybody else wants any questions?
Councillor Walker.
I thought we were going to be here all day, Councillor O'Malley. We might still be. Thanks for the report. And my concern, like many here, has always been that question. It's in Executive Summary 2, Part C, about the ability for us to maintain our council city planning processes. And although we point out quite rightly there that neglected regions will have little recourse, isn't it also fair to assume that internally in Dunedin there's a risk that the entities may have a propensity to develop where it's financially prudent rather than planningly logical?
That is a concern that we have addressed in our submission, that there's no guarantee that we would be favoured any more so than any other place, and we're concerned that if, for example, because we are a hilly topography, that we may be more expensive in putting infrastructure in, that they would choose a place flatter like Christchurch to invest in rather.
Flatter and more politically powerful. So further on from that, Entity D, of course, is huge, and I am right in thinking that there's still absolutely no clarity within the legislation about where the priorities exist in terms of who gets the investment, other than what you just said previously.
No, there's no clarity apart from obviously any influence, which we're not guaranteed on the RRG or the RAP, but again we're not guaranteed any as it stands at the moment.
I'm tempted to ask if you've read
I have a question in the interim. Have you noticed anywhere where there's any attempt to have synergy between the RMA reform areas and the water services legislation, well, the entities? Because, you know, the entity covers a range of areas and part of some, but not all of others. And it does seem to me as though there is no connection in the areas of our country, or in particular the South Island. There's no connection between the two bills, yet the actual work and services provided within those are intrinsically linked. But have you found anywhere where there's an attempt to have synergy between the areas?
So we are concerned that there hasn't been full thought into that, given the RM bills are more featured on the regional basis, and our entity D is obviously much larger than that, just those regions. So we are concerned, and we have raised that as a submission point, that it hasn't been thoroughly aligned with the different reforms going on.
Thank you. So I won't ask. I'll instead move to Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question just to begin with, it's very specific for Mr Drew. Mr Yalden in public forum stated something that's often stated, that this represents all of Dunedin interests, the public of Dunedin, and often we talk about all the population in terms of water services. Would you have at your fingertips the number of our 134,000 odd population of Dunedin who in fact are not on reticulated water? And therefore not covered by the bill. I can't recall the numbers on that. Do you have any approximate idea of that?
No, not at the tip of my fingertips. Mr Ward, do you know? Mr Ward is saying in the region of about 20%.
And does that include, there'll be farm systems and so forth, so presumably they're accounted for in the 80%?
No, 80% will be on the reticulated network and 20% not connected to
Okay, thank you.
I have a further question before Councillor Helene. So, given the recent news we've had regarding stormwater, the disasters we've seen up north, and we've had our share of those ourselves, do you see any improvement in accountability to the local areas coming forward in these bills in order to reassure or provide guarantees and accountability mechanisms to people on the ground in various areas throughout New Zealand? Do you think this bill in particular provides any guarantee or reassurance to local people as compared to the situation they have now, where they have councils and people they can talk to directly?
So we have submitted that we think that stormwater is extremely complex and it needs to be completely reworked and worked through in relation to those types of matters.
Thank you. Councillor Helene.
Thank you. Earlier this year I was in Wellington at a hui for in connection with Māori councillors and the local government, the then local government minister. Sorry, this is a little bit political, so you may not be able to answer it, but spoke and said that one of the things she was really excited about with Three Waters was that it would mean areas where, for example, she gave examples of remote marae that didn't have any water or any infrastructure or anything, but in that they then would get these services. But in actual fact, if what Mr Drew and Councillor Gary was saying just now, the Three Waters entity won't be servicing people who aren't on the reticulated system at present, will it? Is that correct?
That's not captured in the legislation, but one of the talking points around the new entity is that they will try and increase the amount of people connected to the network, but there's nothing in the legislation about it.
Sorry, when people come to us and they're not on our system, and I know it's been difficult, times we've had to decide, do they get put on or stay off, but they have to pay a lot more than others, is that correct? To either connect up to our system, or they have to have their own system like a septic tank or a rainwater, or, that they have to provide for themselves.
So if they're connected to the network, they are charged the same as everyone else, but on some occasions when there are costs to connect, that is sometimes borne by the resident, or and you spoke about septic tanks and other systems, that's normally borne by the owner of the property as well.
And if there's no charge, no rating charge, if I'm reading that correctly, would that mean that if people were being connected, there wouldn't be a charge for them? Or separately, you know, obviously it's a different rate because they're not connected now, but...
Oh no, that's something different. So what we're talking about in the submission is that the water service entities won't have to pay rates on their property, on their assets. It's not to do with rates for your water supply.
And with them not paying rates on my question was different to that. That's in the thing. But going back to that point, what effect will that have on us financially if we're not getting that rate? Because currently, I understand it, we get that rate as part of when people pay rates as an element for infrastructure. Is that correct?
Yeah, so just for Dunedin, so not all of the other councils that won't be collecting the rates as well. It's an $8 million gap in the budget.
And so what's proposed at the moment is that we would collect that rate for them. That's what they want us to do, and not get paid for that and lose the $8 million. Is that correct?
No, that's the pass. If you're talking about the pass-through billing, is they are asking us to potentially collect their charges for a period of up to 5 years from the establishment date.
Right, so they want to take our $8 million. No.
It's two different things.
Can you clarify what they are, please?
So there's two very distinct things. One is, at the moment, the council receives a rate essentially for all of the network that is through the city that relates to Three Waters. That will disappear under this proposed legislation, and that's the approximate $8 million that Mr. Drew was talking about. Separately, we're expecting that the new entity will charge landowners water rates, and what the legislation says is that the councils are potentially responsible for collecting those water rates for the next 5 years.
In the metered water, is that? Yes, that's what we've been talking about, but that it had been denied that was going to happen, but that was obvious. So with the $8 million, does that mean that portion will go to will that entity eventually charge that as well?
No, and that's one of our concerns, is that $8 million effectively gets wiped.
Further to that line of questioning, has there been any work done, or do you have an estimate of the costs involved here? Because what's going to happen, the assets are going to be removed, and the income, along with income and control over those assets, yet we, council, will be in the position of being the water tax collector and complaints department. Apart from the unpleasantness of that, there's a great deal of cost involved in performing that function. Has there been any work done on the cost of delivering that function for the entity, or do you actually have an estimate of the figure involved in that?
No.
Thank you.
But I can say in the submission, we've made it a very strong submission point.
Do we have any further questions? Councillor Walker. Councillor Malley.
Yeah, thanks. Again, just going back to our submission, and I think it was point 6 mentions the ominous words fait accompli. And I guess the question in the light of that is, well, I guess the fact that this bill hasn't addressed any or most of the feedback we made in previous submissions. So I guess the question is, are we screaming into a vacuum by putting this in? Because we've been largely ignored, I think. Sorry, is that too political?
Councillor Malley.
That's actually one of the paragraphs in our introduction saying that you haven't listened to us twice, and we don't think you'll listen to us again, but we have an obligation to the ratepayer to submit anyway, even though we don't believe you're listening. Speaking of consultation, 2G is referenced in the report itself, reference to the Department of Internal Affairs and our inability to have community consultation. My question actually might be through to the Chief Executive. During this whole period of time, would it be fair to say that each time we've come to this juncture, and we've had a few of them, as in a bill's come up or we've signed up to go through a step, that we have been informed by DIA, or at least taken advice, that at that stage we weren't in a position to need to or do community consultation? That'd be the first part of that question.
That is correct.
And we now find ourselves, that's all right, I knew what to do then. We now find ourselves at the point where we are quite literally at probably the last step here. And we have still not been able to do community consultation, is that carried out? That's in our submission, but is that correct? Thank you. Now I've got a question which relates to our annual plan meetings, but relates to this tangentially. We have an unbalanced budget coming up in the annual plan of 38 million. Is that correct that unbalanced budget would normally be funding the depreciation of a 3 water asset based under our new valuation system?
That's correct, yep.
At the value of 2.4 billion we've given to the asset value, that comes under a new asset system of valuation, but would that be probably under the current system the most stringent mechanism of valuing that asset? In other words, the higher number rather than the lower number when it comes to setting the annual depreciation?
I can say it's a more conservative number than our previous valuations.
And it would be fair to say, as we see numbers that appear in the media and appear from different councils, that a lot of those numbers depend on what you have done in terms of your assessment of those valuations, and you could value them higher or lower, right?
Correct. There is no standard methodology across local government about how those assets are valued.
But in terms of crisis and debt building and ability to meet the new regulations, if we value our assets at 2.4 billion and then put a depreciation of say 50 years on them, that comes into roughly 48 million. 2.4 billion divided by 50 is 48 million, correct?
Sounds right, yep.
I just wouldn't want to be leading you anywhere we were uncomfortable. So if we funded the $38 million deficit on a $2,700 rates bill, by my calculations, that's a 23% rates rise, a single one-off of $600. If we funded that in our rates, will we then be in a position that we have actually funded the depreciation on our asset?
Yeah, correct, yep.
And if we have funded the depreciation on our asset, then we are now putting the right fiscal relationship between our asset management and the requirements of the government to keep these assets in good condition.
Yep, yes.
So the crisis that the ratepayer is facing in terms of maintaining or losing these assets, control of them, is a $600 rates increase, effectively.
Effectively by your maths, yes.
By my maths, thank you very much. That's it. I just want to touch on the stormwater and mixed ownership statements that are in our submission. Is it true that during very early developments of the city, especially post-World War I probably would be the main era, that developments were put in the Mornington area and areas like that where the developer at the time put in the stormwater asset and that asset is tagged to the house, yet we are using that stormwater asset in our stormwater management system?
Yes, that is correct.
And is that the relationship we're talking about when we talk about the public and private ownership mix model?
Yeah, that's right.
So at the moment, the way this legislation is passing, those homeowners who have stormwater assets on their limbs are not well defined in this new legislation?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions. So, around the operational handling of stormwaters, does this mean in an emergency event we will have a loss of autonomy as a city about how we manage something like what is happening in the North Island at the moment?
So currently it's proposed that civil defence type relationships with the council would be dealt with in a relationship agreement. Those relationship agreements haven't been negotiated or formed yet, so we would be reliant on that. Our issue that we have placed in the submission is that the ambit of those relationship agreements is huge, and they also have no legal basis, and everything would be done on a good faith basis.
Thank you. You mentioned before that there's no guarantee that we'll be favoured over others in relation to being a hilly city and looking at asset renewal. Does this mean that our rates will be used to subsidise upgrades to other parts of the area?
Potentially, yes.
So a little town further south, say Gore, for example, might take the lion's share of asset renewal in the near future because they've been behind in what they've done?
Look, that's a speculative political question, I think, Councillor.
I'll retract that.
Councillor Hulan.
Can I just ask, this might be, I shouldn't say preempt that by saying it might be a silly question, but when someone, if I'm building a house and normally, you know, I'd come into the council and I'd ask about the infrastructure and get the advice and get sent to the different departments, will that still happen if this new entity goes ahead? How will that work, you know, for their infrastructure? Would they then go to the new entity or will they start up a new department or something?
So again, this is one of our big submission points. This comes back to the relationship agreement. The proposed bill is saying that those types of matters would be part of the relationship agreement. So that's all to be worked through, which is one of our submission points as to how the parties work with each other in those types of matters.
So,
Just to follow on from Councillor Mayhem's question, just a clarification really on point 26. Reading it, it appears that we'd have this agreement about how things are going to work, but it's likely that we would be relying on remote opinions in order to take urgent actions in the event of, or a disaster situation here. Is that correct?
I think the important point is we don't know. There's no clarity.
Councillor Mayhem.
So following on from what Councillor Houlihan was just saying, it raises for me some more issues with the resource management asset sort of reforms and our future for local government reforms. This seems really complicated because we're looking at regionalisation of everything. How will resource management sit alongside this 3 water reforms for, you know, people say building a new subdivision or something? Is it complicated?
Again, all we can say is we don't know. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was actually just following up on Councillor Mayhem's questions, and I'm not specifically talking about Gore, but it is in all the models, is it not, that effectively the large municipal areas will collect a water bill and that they should be more efficient, and therefore the smaller municipal areas, the water bill will actually be lower than it would have otherwise been, because there will be a sharing of across the whole of the entity for a single priced water bill. And I believe, am I wrong or right, that when the analysis was done, Christchurch water bill payers will pay slightly more than they are getting, and Dunedin will be kind of neutral, and then smaller council water bill payers will be paying actually less than what it otherwise would cost. Effectively, it's a distribution across the whole area.
Yeah, broadly that's correct. One of the decisions around 4 entities was trying to average the cost of water for all New Zealanders.
And so that's been the enunciated position of the government as to why this is a fair and equitable program, because it's the idea of distributing cost.
That's correct.
Councillor Vandervis.
To try and get a staff answer from Councillor Mayhem's earlier question, is it true that the Morrison Lowe report to the DCC on the Three Waters proposal entity said that Dunedin would benefit the least of any of the southern councils?
I can't recall that statement, sorry, but
I'll email it to you.
Alrighty, we appear to have dealt with questions. So we have Councillor Melly would like to move the bill, and Councillor Mayhem would like to second. So Councillor Melly, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, staff. I really do want to thank staff, especially Ms. McKenzie, for the work that she did. I noticed people will see my fingerprints all over this letter, but I did not write the technical stuff of it, and the staff's technical assessment of the bill is exceptional. And maybe that's the first thing I want to say back to central government and all those who are detractors of local government. One of the statements about us is that we're incompetent and we don't know how to deal with complex situations. I would say look at this letter and ask yourself this question: is this the product of an organisation that doesn't know what it's doing? There are so many things about this bill that it's almost impossible. I'm not even going to try to get into a 10-minute speech. Just trying to pick up the big points. I've been on this journey personally now for 5, maybe 6 years. I certainly at least no less than 4. And when it first arrived, the idea that these entities would form, I said, you know, there's an issue here, and that is that these things will be undemocratic, and I don't think they will work, because we've seen this before in electricity reform. And I think a lot of time, when I first started this, I was not getting much traction. A lot of people were hearing the DIA story. They were buying that line that somehow reform was needed and these numbers were real. But as we've got closer, that shape out in the forest, which I said was a wolf and everybody else said thought it looks like a bunny rabbit to me, has come a lot closer, and now it is at the door, and it is a wolf. The wolf is at the door. Now we can make a decision here. We can actually say this bill is it's in committee. It's going to have its second reading. It'll pass and it'll get royal assent. So therefore, there is no point in fighting this. We can say that the CEOs of the interim water authorities have already been picked, except for the Southern District one, it's Entity D. Therefore, they are so far into the planning, there is no point in stopping this. However, to be honest, bottom line is, anybody can stop a bill. They don't have to continue on to the second reading. They can decide to hold it until they've had more discussions with players who know what they're talking about, who do support the fundamental ideas that are in the first bill, the Water Services Entity, who do believe that they in fact can execute the wishes of the government and the outcomes you're looking for without undue burden to the ratepayer. I asked those questions about our water value assets at $2.4 billion and therefore a $48 million maintenance. It's a $600 rates increase. I have been saying from the start that our water bill, which is currently $1,100, should be expected to go out to $2,000. So if it's a $600, it's going to go to $1,700. So if anything, I'd overestimated the cost. I want you to compare a $1,700 water bill to your electricity bill right now, your phone bills, all the other things. Our rates, if they're $2,700 and go to $3,300, for $3,300, which is around about $300 a month, you're getting water, you're getting roads, you're getting parks, all of these things. Now, we go and put this into another entity, I can guarantee you it won't be too long before your water bill alone is starting to approach that. I do not believe that these reforms will deliver the economic outcomes that they are purported to deliver. And in this bill is the personification of the dysfunction of the thinking that's gone into this. Every bill up to now had gaps in it, and they say, we'll sort that out in the next bill. This is the last bill to sort out the gaps. And even now, the relationships between local councils and water authorities have not been sorted out. We're just going to have to deal with, trust me, it'll be fine. But when you get further and further into a legislative change like this and you still haven't answered the fundamental questions, then you have to ask yourself this question. Is it, as we say in our opening paragraph, fundamentally flawed legislation to start with? And how did we get here? If our assets are worth $2.4 billion and Auckland is 10 times bigger than us, we'd expect its assets are $24 billion. And if it's a third of the country, then we can figure that the assets in the country are around about $75 billion. And let's, for generosity's sake, call it 90. How is it the DIA said that we're facing $180 billion worth of future spending in order to meet these needs? We've got to ask ourselves, are the fundamental assumptions correct, or are they deliberately inflammatory? I go for the latter, and it is in our letters. People in the background, and it is not Labour government or national government, it is back in the Department of Internal Affairs and it is back in the Department of Treasury, had an agenda that they wanted to push. They used numbers that would frighten us. And I would say to the Fourth Estate, who has actually looked at those numbers carefully? Who has looked at the 30,000 get sick on drinking water carefully? That's not a real number. Okay, and when you go to find the report that says that number, it's 5,500, and he says could be 15, may even be 30. But they're all on non-reticulated systems. They're not even under the jurisdiction of what this whole act is about. And yet that's the number that's splashed out there and regurgitated without thought. So the people of this country are trying to make decisions of being behind or against this legislation on information that's inaccurate and being deliberately fed to them inaccurately. Some of the stuff that we're picking out here now as we're going into this, the stormwater one is actually quite a big one. A lot of people have pipes under their houses that they're not even aware of what they are. But there'll be a big 1 metre wide pipe or a ½ metre wide pipe, and it's 80 to 90 years old, it's end of life, and they wake up one morning to a sinkhole in the backyard. Now, at the moment, under us, we're starting to address that. And we will eventually have to think about taking those assets back into the city. But this legislation is going to go through, and those assets are going to get stranded underneath those people's houses with no indication of what we're going to do with it. And some of the cynicism of this act coming through right now, we're going to have to collect the water bill for the first 4 to 5 years. I mean, firstly, that says two things. One is, how disorganised can you be? You're going to go out and you're going to launch this thing and you haven't even worked out how to get the bills in yet. Yet suddenly we've got to rush this through and we've got to have it done by midway through this year. We are saying slow down, not because we can't get our head around it, because we don't think you've got your head around it. Slow down because you're going into a hairpin turn too fast. In fact, stop. Stop for a while. Come back to councils like us who have done our asset management plan, who can define what we're facing. Allow us to go back to our community and say, for a $600 rates increase, or thereabouts, do you want to meet that and we maintain our asset and all the controls we have over it? Or do you want to lose control of that asset? And I can guarantee you this, your water bill might start at $1,100, but it will go to $1,800 straight away because it's the asset management plan. The same calculations will be used to determine your bill. But now you will have no control over this asset at all. You have lost all your democratic control. And that gets to the last part. Centralised government versus localism versus administrative oligarchy. Why would we want to get rid of local control and local feedback on every aspect of this and give it to an organisation that the Auditor General has said this organisation has the least democratic control I've ever seen? So I ask the government, listen to our submission, but don't take it just into consideration of modifying the bill as it goes into its second reading. Take ours and many other councils' submissions and pause. Stop and talk to us. Because I am tired of we all agree reform is necessary, because we all agree that reform is necessary. But that line is used to say, and I don't want to hear what you say in terms of any opposition of the plan as it goes forward, because that's how it is used. We need to get back together and sort out how we're going to do this. And I can tell you from our own accounting and our own processes going through this, I don't believe there is genuinely a crisis here. I think it's been created so that we will respond emotionally to it and we will allow this thing to go through without opposition. And I await to hear what others have to say before I use my right of reply.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Jim. I agree with everything you're saying. This is going to be a significant impact on our communities. The Three Waters Reform Bill still has gaps, and the biggest gap is the removal of our local voice. We're losing our say. We have the knowledge and control over how we use our water services that we're providing our residents. And I don't think we're being appropriately compensated for these assets. Our rates will be subsidising upgrades to other parts of the area, and there's concern over the accuracy of all these proposed efficiencies. Alongside of the RMA and the Future for Local Government reforms, it's a mammoth change to the regionalisation of our area. There's no local voice, and this is a bitter pill. The protections around privatisation have been undermined, and this is of huge concern in an election year. There's no guarantee that we'll be favoured over other towns in our area. One office for all of Te Waipunamu. That's not local voice. The operational handling of stormwaters and emergency events is also of concern, and it's so undemocratic. Where is the accountability? This is sitting with the Department of Internal Affairs. There's no community consultation. But as a council, we're accountable to our ratepayers. We'll still be viewed as the provider, and potentially we're going to be collecting the charges for the next 5 years on the rates. And our rate at the moment for that network is going to disappear, but the new entity will be charging landowners a water rate, asking us to collect it. And what's that going to do currently with the cost of living, inflation, the bills, as Jim mentioned? People are already really feeling the pinch, and my concern is for our lower socio-economic families. If they're going to be looking at $1,000 to a $2,000 water bill, children are going to drink fizzy drink. They're not going to drink water. It's shocking. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillors Walker, Benson, Pope and Houlihan. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to the mover and seconder. Yeah, I mean, we've been around this for a long, long time now, and the more, I don't know about anybody else, the more I've been reading about it, the more confused I certainly become. And I did allude to Kafka's The Trial earlier, and on purpose, actually. I've had the pleasure of reading, or otherwise, said novel, and I mention it here today because ultimately it's a novel about state-induced self-destruction, so quite appropriate. The tenure of this submission is frustration, and I guess that is for good reason. As is mentioned multiple times in the paper and our submission, the bill's currently open for feedback. Already do not address concerns raised by this council in its previous detailed feedback on the proposed reforms. And I, like others, are and should be frustrated that here we are again, submitting on something we've all previously agreed is fundamentally flawed, and all the while knowing that submissions raising those concerns were largely ignored. Certainly when it comes to issues concerning ownership and local influence, which have simply not been incorporated, and I don't know why, into the new legislation. My question earlier, I mean, I've regularly asked, and others have as well, questions around how local decision-making will be maintained in planning decisions and investment in Dunedin. And you don't need to be a rocket scientist to understand that local councils are by far the best way of informing land use decisions in our local communities, for no other reason than we know and understand local communities and environments. It's crazy not to recognise that. Therefore, I particularly support parts 15 and 16 of our submission, where we state it appears that the WSE will exert investment power over council's ability to plan for future land use and growth. We should all be worried about that, I think. Entity D is huge. It's a huge area, but we still don't have clarity around how the needs of Dunedin will be balanced against the needs of other areas, and on what basis priority will be given to who receives investment. That's a nightmare from a planning perspective for everyone, not just us. I and a few of those others have also consistently highlighted the fact that we are slowly being dragged into a scenario where the cost of putting pipes in the ground will absolutely dictate where and how urban areas grow. That's not good planning, and it's not good for a growing Dunedin amidst a climate crisis. The other fascinating situation we now find ourselves in, and others have alluded to this today, including Councillor Malley, is a possibility of the WSEs being exempted from paying rates. This is not only grossly inconsistent and unfair, but potentially will have a huge dollar impact that will accrue to Dunedin ratepayers. It's just not acceptable to believe that the WSEs should be treated any differently from any other network infrastructure provider. I just don't see why. I mean, seriously, it's almost analogous to you and me buying a house and expecting all the previous owners of the house to pay your rates for a set number of years while you move in and benefit from the property. It's mad, eh? I think this is a good submission, but as is worryingly stated, and I mentioned this earlier in a question in point 6, and I agree, there is a sense of fait accompli about this whole reform. And it hasn't been helped by the recent announcement of National's free water policy. And before you think I'm being too political, I'll quote Bernard Hickey from this weekend, who rightly states, National's free water policy is just as bound up in magical thinking as Labour's. Both want to avoid responsibility for water charges and adding public debt, even though they both are, and neither are being honest or serious about likely population growth. And it was another political commentator over the weekend, actually from the centre-right, Luke Malpass, I think, who made a clever observation when stating, and I'll quote, "Personally, my view is that in the face of such lightweight proposal from National, Labour can now get away with making fewer tweaks than it might have had to do." I think that's a real shame. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent Pope.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's nice, well, heartening to see the coalescing of views around here, but in fact they haven't varied much since the get-go. They may not always have been articulated as strongly as we would have liked in the media, but I don't think there's too much division around the table. I would take issue with Councillor O'Malley, though. I don't think it's a wolf we're talking about. I think it's a dog. And I think it's been a dog from the get-go. But I do agree with his analysis that it's not actually a political beast. It's something that has been the brainchild of someone in DIA who sold it to the National Party originally, and Labor subsequently, for whatever reason, picked it up. And I know what I think of that decision. From the start, we've doubted that the advantages of what was proposed were achievable. We know from our own issues with contract prices recently that some work in the comparatively small scale that we operate in on a national basis were undeliverable because there was not capacity in the industry. And I've always been of the view that the advantages were actually illusory. We're now starting to see the pain that those illusions would cause, and the first large hurt is the loss of autonomy. I don't think, and I've argued before, that Dunedin is a good example of why change was needed or needed to be supported, because no matter what people say about deferred maintenance and the need to do extra work and the rest of it, which we've long since accelerated, we are actually a good example of a large authority which has a pretty good handle on all three of our water services. Sure, it's not perfect, and we need to confront issues, particularly on the northern coast, about wastewater. But whether a new regime like this would confront the issues that we face on those small coastal communities, I've got my doubts. So the loss of autonomy, I think, is one of the major concerns. The second one is the point that Councillor Walker has just highlighted very eloquently. You know, we all know about our spatial plan. We know that work, extensive work over a period of years, led to our current second generation plan, and we all know, we've had a few meetings about it already, that we're about to get on with the future development strategy for the whole of the region with our regional colleagues. We also know the legislative requirements we have about providing adequate housing numbers for our communities. And all of those decisions are based on sensible land use, about the protection of valuable agricultural soils, and about the capacity to deliver infrastructure at best cost, lowest cost, in the most sensible places. And the third thing that worries me most about what's proposed here is that someone somewhere, not here, will be making decisions about the cheapest way to get housing or get reticulated water services of whatever kind to communities. Quite a direct conflict, I would have thought, with the government's stated desire to protect important agricultural soils, actually. Often agricultural soils that are, by the way, on floodplains, and I don't need to emphasise that any more strongly than by saying so. So that lack of autonomy in our decision making about good land use and good strategic planning is a major worry. The other one that surfaced more recently again is the potential, as a result of these decisions and discussions, for privatisation of water services. I've never been a fan of private provision of what are essential public services. They certainly haven't done many favours to the community in the UK or in other jurisdictions where public services have been privatised. And so I think we should be properly concerned about any structure that gives us that potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Firstly, I just want to thank Councillor O'Malley for his passion and for the work that he has done on this subject. And he has worked with other councils extensively, talked to them and gone through it. We've been through a journey on this. It feels like, I almost feel like I know more about infrastructure with Three Waters than I ever envisioned I would because of this. I mean, and Councillor O'Malley's probably feeling like an expert. But I would like to propose also that we've got and/or delegate to speak, that it is Councillor O'Malley, and it's nothing against our mayor, but it's Councillor O'Malley who has led this Three Waters all the way through, and if he is in agreement, I think he's the right person to speak on this submission. What I want to say, we've got two submissions on this agenda today. We've got the future of local government and we've got Three Waters. When I read both of these, what stuck out clearly to me, because we're not happy with either of the submissions, is that this one, I just read it and my heart sang, because, well, it was disappointed as hell, but the wording in this submission is to the point, and it's not mucking around, it's not fluffing it, and it's saying, look, you've made mistakes. It's making it very clear this is unworkable. And however, what is sad is that it's Groundhog Day. All of us have sat here and we've said, I've done the speech probably 3 times now, all of us have said exactly the same things. And what is so frustrating is that no one seems to have listened. I mean, and I know we've just said, everybody said that anyway, but I sat, as many of us here did around the table, at DIA meetings where I asked question after question after question, and we got no answers. Many of us asked questions, and they said, oh, we'll come back to you with the answers. You know what? They never came back with the answers. And now we're left here at the final moment, not knowing, when you heard the answers here, not even knowing how it will work if someone is building a house and they have an infrastructure query, they don't even know who they'll go to. I mean, what sort of Mickey Mouse operation is this? It's absolutely shocking. And, you know, it is, sadly, it's the government of the day that's doing it. But, I mean, the thing is, it's being rushed. And it's not thought out. Nothing's been thought out with it. We are left with us, you know, the proposal of us to have 5 years to take their payments is absolutely ridiculous. But what it tells you is that their entity is not set up, it's not ready. And what that will also do is set it up to fail, because when you rush into something, you're not prepared, and it's going to be setting up not just you know, the people in the entity, but of course mana whenua as well. The whole lot will fail, and people will say, oh, look, we told you so. So it's ridiculous. It's not actually doing anyone any favours. If they're going to do it, they've got to do it properly and do it well. And rushing it along like this just because they've got a majority at the moment, is not the answer. So I agree 150% with everything Councillor O'Malley said. The government needs to stop. It's got to stop. But of course, we're at the last halt now, and I've said this before, others around here have said this before, so I quite frankly think they don't care what we think. They don't care, obviously they don't care what the public thinks, because they don't want the public to be engaged. They've given us no opportunity to engage with the public, and the only engagement they did with the public was those ridiculous ads that made it look like council was poisoning them all with the water, when the reality is not that at all. So, yeah, Groundhog Day again.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As I travelled north last weekend, I saw a number of signs on rural properties in opposition to Three Waters. And I reflected on that and the very simplistic messages, and other conversations in communities, particularly rural communities, suggest to me that most of our community don't actually understand what is proposed. And they won't necessarily understand our submission either, and that's no disrespect to our community, but it is highly complex. I'm largely supportive of the submissions, so I want to say that up front, but I will give a slightly different point of view and highlight a slightly different issue that I have done so before. And I want to start with a very personal story. I woke up on Saturday morning with a very large tree branch across our rural drive. And it was of concern because we have almost got no water left at all, and I need to get a water truck up the drive to give us some water. I'm one of the nearly 20% in this city that is not included in this Three Waters reform, a domestic self-supplier. And I would suggest to you that domestic self-suppliers are more aware of the true value of water than many of us around the table. Let me give you some figures. You might be surprised. And so some of the figures quoted by Councillor O'Malley seem awfully attractive in comparison, I might say. 15,000 litres of water, which I will have delivered tomorrow, which is only part of my 55,000 litre capacity, is nearly $500. And we've had a drought. So, and as we go through climate change, that will be more occurring more often. 2 tanks giving the 55,000 litres, approximately $10,000, and that doesn't include the installation, and just under $1,000 to have those tanks cleaned periodically. with climate change, as I've said, drought is a problem, so buying water in is a fact of life. And then you've got the storm events, which are going to bring more devastation and provide obstacles to access for the likes of water trucks. So that true value is very present in my mind and no doubt in the mind of other domestic self-suppliers. Now, in that 20%, my understanding is that there will be marae and rural supplies of more than one household, which are in fact mentioned in the proposal. But I know that, for example, at Otago, the marae must have huge water costs. I don't know what they are, but I know from my water tank supplier of the kind of quantities of water he was recently delivering. So that is a huge ongoing cost. So as I come back to, I say that the increased rates, and of course you don't pay rates to council on services you don't get in terms of water, but the increases suggested are awfully attractive, might I say. And we've had lots of people come to this council over the years where the services run right past their house and have asked to be connected, and we have not been able to do that. And they are not taken care of in this reform. We have certainly considered it. We haven't been able to provide for it. It's sure as hell not going to be provided in the Three Waters reform, I would suggest to you. But we don't mention this group of residents and ratepayers in our submission, and that is a disappointment to me. I just want to touch on the public-private stormwater assets. There's certainly a personal face to this, and I know Mr. Drew have certainly experienced the angst and stress for individual homeowners who have those stormwater assets in their properties, which are way out of their possibility of addressing in terms of the issues and replacement because of the huge costs. And our team are doing an extraordinary job in prioritising those. So we have started to address that. I am quite confident that they will be just lost in the new reform. So there are some huge issues, but please, let's not forget the 20% of our citizens, of our ratepayers, those who live, our population in Dunedin, who will not be included in this reform. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vandevers.
The facts are the Labour government has misled us over opt-in or opt-out of Three Waters. 60 of 67 councils very rapidly said they wanted to opt out, and they drove it through anyway. The Labour government misled us over ownership of our water assets. Ownership is defined as control of an asset. They're taking it. The Labour government misled us over the safety of council reticulated drinking water. With this bill, Dunedin ratepayers are being looted of their $3 billion water asset.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to start with thinking about the Animal Farm book by George Orwell, and we've had this called a wolf, a dog, Mickey Mouse, and I think perhaps it's a pig that we're trying to apply lipstick to while it's running away furiously. And my quote from the Animal Farm is, "Unpopular ideas can be silenced and inconvenient facts kept dark without the need for any official ban." And when you read a book like that, you understand how we can drown in bureaucracy. I totally agree with all of the points in this submission. Particularly the reform is unworkable. We've been going for, as Jim says, years, Councillor O'Malley, it's years and years and years on this reform. It's so frustrating. I think I've heard the word confused, complex and concerned. Last year I think the word of the year was unprecedented, and this time I think it's concerned. Of interest, of course, is that we're actually coming up with the next one, as Councillor Houlihan mentioned, is the review into the future of local government. And the key points on there are to strengthen local democracy, strengthen partnerships between local government and mana whenua, and work with central government to support communities in responding to future challenges. It's almost hilarious that we with one hand we're submitting on how we're all going to work together, and on the other hand we see stuff like this keeping coming at us, and I don't know how many hours, and I'm going to stop. I think that Councillor Walker said screaming into a vacuum, and that was almost the perfect quote for how I feel for all of the years and the submissions that we've done on this. Just want to go back to the risk that ratepayers and consumers are going to end up paying significantly more, and I think it was very useful to hear from Councillor O'Malley about what the actual numbers might be, and we had been calling the numbers into question from very, very early on. Also brought up was the council's city planning processes. Who really wants our city to be planned from some bungling bureaucratic power that lives somewhere else that we have little input into? That is really concerning and has been brought up a number of times. The complexities of a mixed ownership stormwater model has been brought up. And also, really clearly, council will still be viewed by the public as providing water services. If we're charging with them for 5 years, or who's going to get the calls, who's going to get the blame? Privatisation is that huge spectre that is running there, and that is something. Safely diversified assets prevent that privatisation, and I'm really, really concerned about what might happen. We've had the electricity reforms mentioned and the challenges, could that happen to water? I grew up on country water, so every time I turn the tap on in town, I just think it's magic, and I'm very happy to pay for that to be delivered. As Councillor Gary mentioned, it costs a huge amount, and I know the water bill out at the Albatross colony, for example, was extremely huge. Water is really precious. The other real challenge is decision-making power in relation to the reform work now sits with the Department of Internal Affairs, which is hugely concerning. We've had we've talked with DIA. They came and they announced what we were going to do. I think that Councillor Vandervis mentioned the opt-in and opt-out, and that was totally cynical. Councillor Houlihan mentioned those dreadful, dreadful ads, which were I was talking about in my speech. Just checking the time, 1 minute 31, last March, and it feels like I'm, as you say, Groundhog Day again, giving exactly the same speech. What was the other point about the flooding and the solution for it? I think that what Councillor O'Malley has said, stop and get things right. You know, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? Dunedin's not the problem, but other places are. So what is the problem we're trying to solve? And look at alternative models for it. This is just such a last minute thing for us to come and do, screaming into a vacuum. Are we going to get heard? We haven't been heard before. Really concerning.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. What can be said that hasn't already been? Not much. However, Councillor O'Malley says things so brilliantly that I was ready to pick up my pom-poms and stand behind him as his first cheerleader. And I can't say it any better. I can't say it any better than that. It does seem to me that if this was a school report put through, that it would be something equivalent to interesting concept, needs to be thought through more thoroughly, need to try harder. And as there's been a lot of quotes being thrown around, I'll also bring up the quote of Jared Lee, who said, "You're chasing dreams and running blind with fantasies inside your head, hoping things will change." The government does seem to be doing that, and if they continue, in my opinion, to plunge their collective heads into the sand, they have forgotten who they're dealing with. They have forgotten how vocal and how responsive Southerners are. We don't take to this. I'm also reminded, listening to people, when my father used to take me tramping, the first lesson I learnt was, if he, from his vantage point, sees a danger and calls out stop, you stop mid-stride. You don't keep going because you might fall off a cliff. You stop. We, in this particular instance, are my father. We have a viewpoint, we have the knowledge that, and the local knowledge and the local experience that perhaps isn't quite as prevalent up in Wellington. We are calling stop. Listen to us. You are just about to step off a cliff.
Councillor Lofisol.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Tēnā koe to the staff, to Ms Graham and all her team. I'd like to acknowledge in particular Mr Dyer, who's left now and worked really, really hard at the time of these reform, that we started to talk about these reforms, and also worked really hard during Waikoiti, the so-called lead in the water system challenge. And I acknowledge that Ms Graham was determined through these reforms to keep Mr Dyer, but unfortunately things changed for him. But I just want to acknowledge all the staff who have worked on this constantly, as has the mover, as has Dr O'Malley. And I acknowledge his passion. But I also want to acknowledge mana whenua, who have been, before this crisis suite of reforms was presented to us, they have been constantly challenging us and taking challenges against authorities, so-called authorities, about the way that we treat water. So I just want to acknowledge Ms Yeldon, who said that the DCC said we broadly supported the reforms. And I think what my understanding of broad support was actually the principles of upholding te mana o te wai. And that has been unfortunately made into a political football, if you like. And so mana whenua have always wanted to protect te mana o te wai. And this has just been used, especially with organisations such as local communities for democracy, and screaming out about he puapua and racist statements like mana whenua didn't have water pipe systems in 1840, so they don't deserve to be involved in co-governance. As far as I'm concerned, when I read the first lot of legislation, I was actually, this is just me, but I didn't think it went far enough in terms of mana whenua, tangata whenua involvement in how these entities were run. And I thought that Te Mana o Te Wai, the authority, should actually be all tangata whenua. But that's just me. And I just acknowledge a quick conversation that I had with Louisa Wall in January. She was the chair of the steering committee on health. And she had, at the time, before she resigned from politics, noted that the Ministry of Health was the regulator, and this has all come in lots of ways because the Ministry of Health did not do its job in terms of upholding te mana te wai. So I just want to acknowledge the passion and the commitment that Dr O'Malley has lived and breathed this issue. And as he and I were both concerned, the very first time we heard about this was privatisation, water meters, the impact on renters in terms of bringing in water meters. And I just want to again thank the staff for a brilliant submission. And it is what it is. This is politics, and it's probably going to not make a difference, but it's been really good to be on this learning curve. Kia ora. And it's all about relationships with mana whenua first.
I just have a couple of brief comments. Firstly, I'd like to thank the staff, and in particular Mr Drew, who's been working on this for a very long time, and also the legal team, who've done a great job on this submission. And then Councillor O'Malley, who has put in a phenomenal amount of work to get us to this stage. And of course, we have heard his impassioned verbal submission as well as it's easy to see his voice throughout the written submission to government. And government, through these bills and over this whole process, contends that it can extinguish local voice and then use complexity and bureaucracy to bring us efficiency and effectiveness to our three-water system. And to me, that is completely counterintuitive and contradictory. It's not coordinated to other areas of reform. It's likely to cost far more than expected or needed, and it takes assets and income away from us, leaving us with the problems and pitfalls, namely debt collection and complaints. It's simply unacceptable. And you can see by our submission we're not accepting it. Councillor O'Malley, your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll just go in the order of everybody spoke. It's the easiest way to deal with it. Councillor Mayhem spoke about the spreading of funding. That is the central design of this. It is an attempt to bring about equitable cost of water. However, I would say to the government, the mechanism by which we distribute the wealth is called tax, and it should be, in fact, done by central government funding policies, not through development of a neoliberal billing entity. Councillor Walker said he's been reading about it and it's complex, and I would agree it is complex. The other issue that you would face, Councillor, is that you are using probably the Fourth Estate for most of your information, which is a tertiary source of information and is subject to potentially being manipulated on the way through by vested interest. Hence the $180 billion cost of doing this, where that's clearly not the right number. The 30,000 people get sick a year, conflated number brought from another report, but used quite well to bring the public opinion into a certain place. And the media in general has not been very good at checking the primary source data. Rather has actually just reported what they read somebody else reported. So unfortunately, part of the problem is the public has not been well served with the information in front of them. I completely agree with his concerns around land use decision-making processes. Most of the decisions that were made in Variation 2 of the district plan were based on the ability to provide 3 water services to the new areas. So they are intimately linked. The irony of this is that if this new entity doesn't pay its rates, that $10 million could have been applied to the $38 million deficit. So in other words, the entity is going to come in and rip up 30% of what it's going to cost anyway, and so you're still going to end up getting that rates increase. Councillor Benson Pope made the statement that Dunedin is not that much, is better off than most, and I would agree that it is, but it's also not that much of an exemplar. I mean, Christchurch is in good condition, Invercargill is in good condition. Ironically, even on the west coast, Westland and Grey districts are able to meet the existing demands. The number of councils that are not able to meet it is probably quite small, but we can't even get to the bottom of that number, because it's far better to just start talking about scary numbers than it is to get to actually diagnose the problem. Councillor Houlihan called it Groundhog Day, and I completely agree. We went to a meeting in Gore, I remember this one quite clearly, where DIA had to admit that in the end the only savings was going to be the interest rates, that there were no other savings in this aggregation. They admitted that. Now, Bernard Hickey in his podcast basically just said on Monday, there's going to be 50 to 60 basis points put on this interest. There will be no interest rates. These guys are going to be paying a higher rate of interest for their debt than we are. So there are actually no savings. Remember that. There are no savings. Councillor Gary said it's most misunderstood, and I agree. Those 3 water statements you see up and down the countryside, and National's going to repeal it, are coming from a position where the actual people making the decision, again, have not been well served by the information they've been given. In terms of those who are on domestic self-supply, yes, this is not covering them, and I think that's another issue. So we've got to stay focused on this issue first, and then talk about the rest. And really, who will have the decision on whether or not water will go out past Portobello and further out towards the peninsula? Will it come to us, or if it comes to a water entity in the future, who's more likely to say yes on that one? And the commentary has been that Marai will get increased services. The people who made that commentary need to go back and look at the first Water Services Entity Bill, which says that the members of the board will not be able to direct the entity on the services it provides. I think they need to check that one, because basically what it says is You won't be able to do that instruction. It also says in that bill, which is obviously not our submission, but these two are interlinked like this, that communities are not allowed to actually instruct those entities that they want to do something better. You're going to have to do with what they say. Councillor Vandervis went to the opt-in, opt-out. I agree. There was no intention to ever completely talk with us, because if 60 of 67 councils had said they didn't see the need, then even if half of them were delusional, 30 was still correct. How come you can be that position, and the government says, oh no, we're just going to go ahead with it. To Animal Farm, I would like to say to Councillor Barker, some pigs are more equal than others was my favourite line from that book. She is quite correct. Aggregated assets are a risk, and we are showing already that the legislative control and the protection against privatisation does not exist. So therefore, we are aggregating them at our danger. So I would ask the Mayor if he would let me be the person who presents when we go to this to government, and I also want to reach beyond this meeting to Minister McAnulty. Please let us come up and see you. We have an answer for you. We have an answer that will achieve your objectives and doesn't require half of this bitter pill to be swallowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion.
By division, please.
Division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker. Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yeah.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
Well done, thank you. That's nicely coordinated. Lunch is here, so let's take a break, and we'll come back in 40 minutes. One. Seconded, yes. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Thank you. Yeah. Rightio. Moving on to item number 10. Oh, hang on a minute. No. Item number 9. That sounds better. Golly. Yes, thank you. Golly. Where is it? The Future for Local Government submission. Thank you, Mr. Huakau, Ms. Huakau and Ms. Makaira. In starting the session, I would just like to inform the room that I would like to move the submission. And I have a question regarding that in the first instance. I have a slight alteration to the submission, which is on page 113, item number 47. I would like to insert the word alone into the sentence. The DCC believes that direct central government funding to local government on a per capita basis alone may not address equity across regions or communities. And that is because, especially in items 22 and 23, which address climate change and well-being, direct central government funding might not necessarily address equity, but a blanket lump of money to local government, returned to local government from taxation, would allow local government to participate in the general economy, so that when the general economy improves, the amount of funding we get for general purposes would increase. And it's rather like, so I did, can you suggest any other models that might be similar to that and why that would be a useful thing or otherwise, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that suggestion of an edit. And I think that would help strengthen the sentence, because that is what we were trying to say: is that a per capita basis fund, of course, would be welcome, but on itself wouldn't provide enough resources for this city, for our residents, to address wellbeing outcomes. So we want to encourage the panel to think of a blend of different funding models, if that's where they're wanting to go, rather than talking about partnership or equity funding and then trying to solve that through a per capita basis only.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions? Very good. So,
Sorry, is this in relation to the item?
Yes, in relation to the item number 9.
Yeah. I have one question regarding 22 on page 110. And that's the, it's 24, supports the recommendation to lower the voting age to 16 years. Have whoever wrote this report considered that legally someone under the age of 18 is not deemed to be able to have sufficient brain development to be treated as an adult and is treated as a young person? And you don't get to be treated as an adult under the law until you're 18. So given that there are quite a number of rights and obligations you have when you turn 18, have they considered the effect of giving 16-year-olds a vote when they're not legally responsible, essentially?
I'll grab that, Councillor. So staff drafted this submission based on a session with councillors, and this reflects the position that the councillors suggested they supported. So the question you're asking is one for your colleagues to consider about whether that was their intention when they suggested 16.
If I can reframe it slightly, do staff consider that there are any legal hooks potentially in this particular 16-year-old voting issue?
We did consider that, and we actually did some research on that, and the research that we've got was contradictory in that you are right in that it talked about undeveloped brains and whether one can accept responsibility. The other research showed that that young people, when given the opportunity, want to engage around the future. So we considered that, but what we landed on, as Ms Graham said, was the position of councillors from the workshop. Thank you.
So that appears to be sufficient questions. Thank you very much. So, as indicated, I would like to I'd like to move the motion. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Is there a wave down there, Councillor? No? Someone like to second the motion? Councillor Walker. So there it is, with the insert the word alone into paragraph 47. So it's on a per capita basis alone, may not address equity. That's it. A very simple broadening of the possibilities. And in speaking to this, I think one of the things that's happening in our country at the moment is a centralisation of power and control in a whole different range of areas, RMA and Three Waters for two, but then the future for local government is similarly moving in that kind of direction, and it looks like power and control is moving away and sources of income moving away. And so I would be quite keen to see funding direct from taxation to local councils. At the moment we do get such for roads through Whakatai, etc. But it's typically tagged to specific things and specific policy directions of government through government policy statements, and which then have to be incorporated into plans and so forth. But if we had just some untagged funding, that would be on a per capita basis to give an equity basis across all of the population of the country to get some income, which is tagged, which is proportional to the current state of the economy. So what they would do is give local voice to the economic performance of government, because if the government is doing well, more money could come down to communities, but also with communities take on debt, they would be getting more money, so better able to pay debt back. And if the government was performing poorly, there might be less money coming down. So that would make life a bit more difficult in local council. So it would be an additional imperative upon government to perform well. And, you know, it would give local government and local communities more of a stake in the nationwide economy, I think. So I think that would be useful for local governments in particular, because there is a danger, and there's several communities in the country right now that are tapped out in terms of their debt limit, and how they will ever repay that limit is very, very difficult. So if not impossible. So getting to a stage where, you know, an increase in income based on performance might be helpful. So who are my speakers? Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, as anyone knows in this room, because we've just had the submission to Three Waters, now we have our submission we're making for the future of local government. The irony of this is that the government, for some reason, goodness knows why, has decided to put RMA reform and Three Waters reform all before the future of local government. So these major decisions are being taken out of our hands. So when you get to the future of local government, we're left with whatever's left. And as everybody knows, our infrastructure services and the RMA, all of those are huge things for councils and create a lot of work that councils do. So a lot of that's been taken away from us. The wording in this submission, I think we get our point across. However, I would like, in retrospect, certainly seeing the Three Waters reform submission, I think the wording in this one could be a lot stronger, because the implications of future for local government are massive. And not to mention the fact that all these reforms are being put on us at the same time. And I know that has been mentioned in this submission, talking about the staff time it's taking, our time as well. We all know we've had numerous meetings about the reforms already, and we're trying to decide them all at once. And they all have implications on the future. And anyone reading between the lines can see that it really looks like the future of local government is government trying to dictate to local government what it should be doing, and also looking like it's trying to, not necessarily saying that, but it's certainly looking like it's trying to force local government to come together to amalgamate. Is that what we want? I don't know, but Three Waters reform, RMA reform, and now local government, the future of local government is all focusing on the regional areas rather than the local voice. Once again, we've heard this before, the local voice, the local knowledge, all those things are being lost. And the future of local government in here, there's many things I have concerns about. I mean, I don't even know where to start with this, and I'm quite frankly shocked at the move the government's made to push all these reforms on us. But it's not just our sector. I mean, the government's had started, I know, when they looked at reforms on the Residential Tenancy Act. I think I counted 20 or 30 different issues that they were trying to reform through that. And now with this, you know, it felt like it was one thing after another, and they're doing that now to local government. They seem to pick on an industry and go, right, we're going at you now, and right now it's our turn, and we're getting it. Everything they can, they're trying to reform. And to me, it just feels like all of it is pointed at having more central government control over local government. And I don't believe that's what local people want. So the more we can, I will support the submission, because we need to let the government know we are not happy with many, many things in these reforms, and once again in this one. Here we go again.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're swimming in submissions and certainly got submission fatigue. I think earlier in the Forward Work programme it talked about that, including these two today, we've actually done 17 submissions in 34 weeks. That's one every 2 weeks. And this is a huge imposition, I guess, on us. We do want to have our say, we do want to be involved, but the mess that it is in makes it extremely difficult. And I read through and I see the words, and these will be familiar to all of us who are doing submissions at the moment: uncertainty, doesn't align with other reforms, lack of detail, questions over funding, concern around centralisation, and these keep coming up. I agree that local government does need to be reformed, and we do need to look at it. We need strengthen local democracy, authentic relationships, focuses on wellbeing, genuine partnership between local and central government. And to read about that after what we've just been through on the Three Waters seems somewhat cynical to put in, but I do agree that we actually do need that partnership and more equitable funding. And what I see in here, in the long drawn out process that we've all been part of, doesn't reflect that. So I am very, very concerned about this. I agree with the submission, but I can't see a strong vision in the future for local government documents, and I think many of us have read those documents and been to the webinars, etc., and lots of talk, but not necessarily any solutions. And I am extremely concerned, that C word again, that this is not aligning with the other reforms, and it's messy as are the other ones.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to agree with Councillor Barker around the submission fatigue analysis. I think it's plain to all of us that it gets a point where you wonder why you bother. But I also want to thank Gina and team for putting together an excellent submission, and actually for the workshop they held for us. It really helped, and I hope it helped them as well. I want to speak just to a number of the points here, in fact 3 of them, 22, 23, 24, which I quite strongly agree with, and I think hopefully we all do, and I think it is important that the local elections remain administered by councils. I think there's just really good reasons for that. I think I've made it very clear in the past that I strongly support STV I think it's just a fairer way of electing us, and I hope that does become the norm throughout the country. But I do want to speak to the Vote 16 one. It's also something I'm really passionate about, actually. I mean, Councillor Van der Vos raised the point about brain development, and he has a fair point there. But you've got to remember that 16-year-olds are impacted in the same way as the rest of us around issues that are tremendously important for all of us, whether that be climate change, the future of housing prices, education, and, of course, things like the mental health crisis that really disproportionately affects young people, and I think we're one of the worst in the OECD when it comes to that. So I think it's important that young people who are bearing the brunt of some of these things, I think it's unfair they don't have a say in it, actually, and say in the solutions. And let's not forget, at the age of 16, we have lots of responsibilities already. You can drive a car, you can consent to sex, you can consent to medical procedures, you can leave school, leave home, pay rent, own firearms license, and work full time. And that last one's quite important, actually, because when you work full time, you pay tax. And I don't think there should be taxation without representation, actually. I think that's very, very unfair. So, yeah, thanks for the submission.
Thank you, Councillor Van der Vos.
On the issue that Councillor Walker's just brought up, the law as it currently stands says that it's only when you become 18 that you're allowed to buy alcohol and cigarettes, and that you're deemed to be sufficiently responsible to be able to gamble at the TAB. If you're not sufficiently responsible or have sufficient brain development to be able to buy alcohol and cigarettes and gamble at the TAB, I wonder what it is that makes you that much more developed 2 years earlier. That's true, as Councillor Walker says, that 16-year-olds are impacted very much by issues, and he quoted a number of them. But that is true of all people at all ages. That doesn't mean to say that they are sufficiently developed or have had time to sufficiently understand political systems to be able to vote in a way that is that will actually allow them to make an informed choice. Thinking that you've got it's a blunt instrument, and there are some very young people that are pretty well informed, but the vast majority of the young people I know, and I talk as someone who has quite a large number of children myself, having them had the extra burden of having to make voting decisions at that young age, when legally they are deemed to be young people and not adults, I think is problematic. And I very much doubt that most of the public that we represent would be in favour of 16-year-old voting. That's 24, so I can't vote for that. And the reason I can't vote for it is not my personal opinion. It's because I believe that in representing most Dunedin people, they don't believe that 16-year-olds should vote either. The adoption to support STV, again, I don't believe that the majority of Dunedin people support STV. We've had it a number of years now. I get constant complaints around election time about the difficulty of understanding how to vote, what the tactical implications of voting are, how it's different from the ORC method of voting. I don't believe STV is a preferable method of voting. I agree that it gives greater diversity in the way of candidates, and you look around the table and you can see that. But I believe that diversity is bought at the expense of popular representation. We essentially end up with a whole list of minorities running the discussion rather than getting very often to the, I think, really important overall issues that affect all of us. And then the other issue that I really have with item 9 is the administration of voting by local council staff. I believe that the interests of the public are best served by having a completely independent voting administration. We have an independent supplier that actually does the vote counting. We have independence written into a great deal of the voting process, and the voting process has been quite important in terms of the results that we've had, especially in the last few elections. The claim that it's important to have extensive knowledge of their communities, I think is a very vague claim that actually is not the case. I think it's important that whoever administers the voting doesn't have an extensive knowledge of their communities and doesn't have an interest in who gets elected. The voting administration, in my view, must be completely independent, and the only way to do that is to make sure that the voting system that we have, which is already largely done by outside companies or departments, should be entirely outside. So for these reasons, much as I approve of Councillor Barker's support for other parts of this, these 3 sections here are the reasons why I can't vote for it. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Councillor Fiesel.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, and tēnā koe, Councillor Vandervis, for again inspiring me to speak. First of all, I want to deal with the rightness of whiteness, your rightness of whiteness, denigration of STV, in that, while minorities may have a place at the table, you seem to imply that only Pākehā people, white people.
Point of order.
Look, I'm going to uphold that. I didn't hear any discussion of ethnicity or colour in Councillor Vandervis's submission, so I think that's inappropriate. Thank you.
But I do want to say that, as I've said before around this table, democracy does not work. It does not all necessarily serve the needs of tangata whenua, who by history have been overrun since 1840 by a larger population that is now in control. And I see STV as a means of redressing that. Further, I want to address the ageist claims of Councillor Vandervis.
Point of order.
Look, I think
Procedural, what is it?
My point of order is that I've been grossly misrepresented. I have never said anything ageist. I've quoted the New Zealand law as it applies to the different ages. There is nothing ageist in what I've said. I ask Councillor Fiso to apologise and withdraw for an offence.
25(2)D.
I'm going to uphold the point of order. I think, characterising it and characterising the comments and making, pulling in adjectives that then take it a whole step away from the actual points he was trying to make. I mean, you can make the same points back, just saying his focus on age or whatever, rather than ageist.
I apologise and withdraw. But I want to say that in 2 weeks' time, March the 15th, will be the 4th anniversary of the school's climate strike. And then later that day, Brenton Tarrant committed acts of murder, the mosque shootings in Christchurch. And so for me, that demonstrates very clearly that young people...
Point of order.
Completely irrelevant to the item ahead of us.
And I agree. Please.
I haven't finished my point.
propose to adjourn. 3 points forward about none of them being properly stated.
Okay, look, I've taken advice on the matter and I will not uphold the point of order. I'll let you carry on to make your point, because the point that you did make is that you hadn't finished your point. So,
Kia ora. So what I was meaning by that was that clearly to me, the fact that young people, school-age children, mobilised shows that they are very, very conscious of the existential threat of climate change, and therefore it's behoving on us as the so-called leaders to be thinking of the young people, because they are not the leaders of tomorrow, they are the leaders of now, and they should be entitled to vote. And further of all, I want to also reference the abuse of young people within state care, and very much acknowledge the pain and trauma of those young people that has been inflicted on them and generations of their whānau in the future. And I believe that if 16-year-olds had a right to vote, that they could very much influence or have some real say about what happens to them at the hands of people that should have been trusted with the upholding their care, and just acknowledge that 17-year-olds before they turned 18 were very much in no man's land as state wards. And so there's a whole stuff that we as so-called voters and responsible people had no idea about, the hardships, and young 17-year-olds about to be discharged from state care had no idea about, and we're totally ignorant about.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the key word in this review is local. Does this strengthen local democracy? It's questionable. The absence of the role for community boards in this is of concern, and the stronger focus on defining social well-being. The dissolving and merging of local authorities is concerning, and the genuine partnership between local and central government. What will this look like in practice? Again, what we're asking for is a detailed implementation plan. How will this be resourced? The risk analysis versus the cost-benefit analysis, and a timeline for possible changes, restructuring and merging. I would just like to speak to voting ages for 16-year-olds. The Climate Safe March this Friday, one of their demands is for lowering the age of voting to 16. Rangatahi will spend the longest time dealing with the climate breakdown. Stopping young people from voting is a breach of human rights. It says here on their website, because young adults can work, pay tax, drive a car and have a child, they deserve to be able to participate in democracy. With climate breakdown threatening our futures, we deserve a say. It's 3 p.m. on the 3rd in the Octagon this Friday. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to commend Councillor Mayhem for reminding us the totality of the item. But I am now going to talk about the 16-year-old voting age as well. Strike for Climate Change is a good example of actually 16-year-olds getting themselves organised. So there you go. They can organise a big movement in the Octagon, so I think they're probably organised enough to be able to vote. And I'm going back to the age when I was 17 in my last year of high school, where I was the organiser at my school for the anti-tour movement. I could get involved in a large movement, but still not yet old enough to vote, and in fact had to then watch the Muldoon government get re-elected back in, much to the joy of all my farmer friends. So 16-year-olds are more than capable of interacting with government and government decisions and voting. And we've been exploring lowering this age since it was 21. So we've been bringing it down and bringing it down. It won't go to 5, but it's at some point or another, we'll hit the right number. And I think moving to 16 is the exploration of that, and it seems to be just perfectly sensible, to be honest. Because I'll be there on Friday, and I know that if I'm stupid enough to speak up again like I did last time, I'll be challenged by them. So I look forward to it, in fact, and I look forward to one day them getting the vote.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Change is really difficult, and this reform is one of those changes that we're facing. I was thinking back to the reform within education and tomorrow's schools, and that's about to be reformed again in the future. And that brought about some significant changes that the communities had to adjust to, and it was really difficult. None of us like changes, but it did do some good things, not necessarily perfect. I want to comment on a couple of areas. First of all, local government reform should have been the first in the queue. And that would have certainly assisted the rest of the reform proposals, I believe. Trying to do them all at once is just overwhelming and far too difficult. And if it's difficult for us, then the community certainly don't get it. It's very difficult from the outside, even for people who are interested and engaged, to understand what we are making comment on and deciding. And so I was very pleased to see paragraph 16 around plain English, because we do make assumptions, and I think the panel has made some assumptions about that. So thank you to the team, by the way, and Gina, thank you. Wonderful leadership there, and really appreciate the submission. Some other points I wanted to make was the support of STV in delivering more diversity around the table, but not enough. And I found it hugely offensive to hear some of the comments made around this table in the last few minutes. And the lack of control around that and remonstrating individuals. It is not okay to make comments that are offensive to people in our community. Minorities have a voice in our community. We are proud of the diversity in our community. So let's be careful about that. And I certainly want to see more diversity around this table. So STV has a big tick from me. I also just want to comment about bringing into question the professionalism of our staff in relation to the elections. And I didn't take a point of order. I've chosen to do it in my debate. I consider our staff to be particularly professional in that regard, and I support the submission and the comments it makes, but I did want to just make that comment. And I also take issue with the idea that most people in Dunedin would oppose 16-year-olds getting the vote. Well, not most people that I talk to. So we're obviously talking to different most people. And the 16-year-olds that I have contact with, they are smart, they're thirsty for knowledge, they're curious, inquisitive, and they challenge us. And it always gives me great hope when we have young people come to this table and speak to us. It always gives me great hope for the future. And as people around this table have already mentioned, they're the ones who are going to be dealing with the challenges of the future. And there's certainly been some commentary and conversations around our dinner table about that as we've gone through and watched the devastation of Cyclone Gabrielle. So let's not talk about them in condescending manner or suggesting they don't have the ability. And remember, this is linked with civics education, and this council's talked about that a lot. And so that combination with civics education means we've got a captive audience, and wouldn't it be great to have people more engaged in our local democracy? Because many in our population are not. And even those that are interested find it inaccessible. So let's think on that a little bit. And I've experienced, as others around this table, the great work of Generation Vote, and all I've seen is curious for knowledge, wanting to be engaged, wanting to take that home to their families. And we've seen that played out with the likes of Enviro schools. If you get young people involved, then they take that interest back to their families, and it creates a spark. So I'm very supportive of the submission, very grateful to the staff, and I reiterate the thought of localism and that grassroots approach. And we've heard that at a national level in terms of local government. Thank you.
Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be a little bit narrow-minded, just like other people have been, and focus on just a couple of points in this report, or the submission. Due respects to Councillor Vandervis's position on young people, I think where he was coming from was more to do with what the government or what the law says in relation to whether they are perhaps mentally adequate to vote at the age of 16 or 17. Personally, I don't agree with that. I think that 16-year-olds, 16, 17-year-olds, which really all we're talking about in terms of any change, are very, very much capable. And what you will find is that those who are interested will be extremely productive and constructive, whereas those that aren't won't bother. As a council, we support young people being involved in local government. Next week at the wonderful Civic Affairs Committee, we will be receiving the 6-monthly report from Dunedin Youth Council. Now, you know, the Dunedin Youth Council and YAC, which is the Youth Action Committee, they are obviously both council initiatives in terms of getting young people involved, and you just wait. For those who haven't perhaps witnessed it before, these young people probably know a lot more about what's going on around here than what we do, because they really do have an interest, and they make sure that they find out. So I won't go on about it, other than just saying that I know for myself when I was 16, I know that I was certainly capable of making a decision around voting, but I couldn't do it till I was 18, and then I couldn't do it till I was 20 because of the way the elections fell. And my vote didn't actually help Mr. Muldoon get back in. I was just going to also say, talking about young people and their ability to be able to make these decisions. My kids at the age of 16 all would have been able to take in the issues and be able to make a decision that would be just as, shall we say, appropriate as any person over the age of 18. And my son in particular, in fact, when it came to I know this is off the report a little bit, when it came to the US elections, when Trump actually got in, my son had pretty much nailed every single state because he was so interested in it. So, and he was 16, 17 at the time. So, you know, young people certainly can be effective. STV, we've had it since 2004, is that right? I think. And I've got to say that I certainly support STV because 2001 it was first past the post and I didn't get onto council, and in 2004 it was STV and I did. So it obviously does work. But I think more importantly though, I don't think it's any, less, I don't think it's disadvantaging anybody from first past the post, because, you know, with both systems, you can vote for just one person if you want to. Under first past the post, all you're doing is if you vote for more, you are breaking down the percentage of your vote per person. But when it comes to STV, you've got the luxury of being able to say, well, if my favourite doesn't get in, then the next one can have a go, and so on down the line. So certainly support STV. I'll be supporting the submission as per the recommendations. Thank you.
Alrighty, so I'll have a few closing comments, because one of the joys of democracy, both nationwide and local, is that everyone can have their say and voice their opinion, and we do have a diversity of opinion both around the table but in our community, and I don't think any individual person here speaks for the whole community, but we certainly speak for various sectors of it, and some of those cross over part of the time and sometimes all of the time. So there's all manner of opinion, and it's great to have all of those expressed here. And I certainly agree with many of the ironies expressed around the table. But for me personally, I tend to focus on the freedoms rather than the prohibitions. So at 18, up until the age of 18, there are a few prohibitions, such as smoking and gambling and alcohol. But the freedoms that people, our community currently have at 16 are really quite significant, and I agree with Councillor Walker. The ability to work, leave school and go to work, and also the ability to get a driver's licence, so you can then have the freedom to travel wherever you want or wherever you can afford to. So that mobility and that ability to work are really quite significant factors in our community. And I think another freedom to be able to vote for who is representing you as a worker in our community is very important. So I certainly agree with that age, the lowering the age of voting. And I would like to see accompanying that civics in school, because I believe some education on the value of civics and civic responsibility would be really helpful to have presented to young people, and have them participate in that at an early age would be helpful for our democracy. And I think once people start on the path of voting, then they typically continue. It seems to be the evidence that I've heard of. Whereas if you leave at 18 and then you miss out on an election, or you're so busy working or so busy studying that you don't get around to voting, it's very easy to put it off. So the average age, I believe, in this country of first vote is really quite old. It's around about the 30 mark, 30 years of age, so it's getting on quite a bit. So making it easier for people to vote earlier when they possibly have the time to do so would be helpful, I think. And so I typically celebrate and focus on the freedoms rather than the prohibitions. And I think it's quite ironic, one of the many ironies through this and through this reform process, that the government is currently acting to extinguish local voices, as we've already heard in previous papers, yet they're wanting more local participation, which is quite an irony and completely contradictory in my view. And so they want local bodies, councils, to look after everyone with less money. They want more work from us, but give us less say. And I think that is a complete contradiction here, and I'm pleased that we've got this minor alteration, and we're looking for different sources of funding. If indeed these various other papers go through the government and become law, then the whole governance situation throughout the country is going to be altered quite dramatically, and the methods of funding for local democracy are going to be ever more important and need to be made clear. Anyway, on that note, I'll put the motion by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Wetherall. Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 13-1.
Thank you. And moving on to governance arrangements. So more governance for the future development strategy. Golly. So, Mr. Drew and Ms. Johnson, would you like to speak to the paper? No. Do we have any questions? come back, Dr. No questions. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. All right. Would someone like to put the motion? Councillor Benson Pope, do you have a seconder? Councillor O'Malley.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I don't wish to speak at great length, but I think the references to strategic planning and so on that happened earlier in the meeting highlighted by the history of what we've done in this authority and what is being expected of us now. And so again, it's rather ironic that there are requirements being placed upon us for comprehensive strategic evaluations of where we go from here, while other underlying activities elsewhere have the potential to undermine that. So I think I should also say that I believe the city is well served by the staff who've been involved in this work historically and will be involved in it in the future, and I look forward to a comprehensive community discussion around the sort of priorities that actually make sense for the rational and logical development and growth of Dunedin in the most appropriate places for this city as chosen by the residents of this city.
Councillor O'Malley.
And to follow Councillor Benson Pope up, this is coming out of a national policy statement, and you don't necessarily have to rip up everything and throw it out the window to achieve the governmental outcomes you're looking for. To basically align your spatial and district planning with your long-term planning behaviours is a sensible and good idea. And it really represents the fact that if we could have just done it in a step-by-step basis, we might have got through this without all the chaos that's coming. And a good example is effectively the Three Waters reform, why we're doing FDS, where Three Waters are a big part of it, is a demonstration again of, is the government really in step with its own thinking?
Thank you. Do you want a right of reply, Councillor Benson Pope? Thank you. In which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 11. Triennial agreement. I don't know if we're going to have someone to speak on that.
I'm happy to take the questions on that, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have any comments to make, Ms Graham?
No, just to confirm the advice that was sent to councillors last night, that you basically are required to agree to the triennial agreement today, but there is an opportunity post-agreeing to make any changes that you might want.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions because I know that this new agreement is quite different from the old agreement. So I just want to tease out some points. This is sort of about people, councils agreeing, but when parties disagree, and I'm going to use Three Waters and the hospital rebuild as the most public ones, what's the process for trying to get a regional voice? Is the mayoral forum, do they vote on positions?
As I said in the advice I circulated yesterday, speaking from the few that I've been to, generally they reach a consensus position where sometimes they agree to disagree, but remembering the previous mayoral forum operated under the old triennial agreement where the mayors were there in their individual capacities.
So my next question is around the old agreement said that there would be information on the website and that the minutes and the agendas have been circulated. And I don't know if anyone around the table here has actually seen any of the minutes and the agendas or seen anything on the website. So is it an oversight that they don't exist? And is there going to be a website? It's not in the new agreement about how these things are going to be circulated.
So through the chair, that work just wasn't completed last triennium and is in the process of a website being created, be hosted by the ORC, and the minutes and agendas will be published there.
My last question is around some wording. Sorry, I'm just finding my questions about that previously mayors were there in their own rights as an individual, and now this says that under the LGA that mayors have a mandate. Sorry, I can't find my question quite clearly. I just want to... Okay, so here's my question. Why has it changed from the previous wording, which had mayors speaking in their own right, to mayors have a mandate under the LGA paragraph 18? And I can't find the fact that mayors have a mandate and think they go in their own right. My concern is that mayors, and we have seen this around the hospital, turn up with an opinion of their own, which they're entitled to do, but this it says they have a mandate, which one would assume gives them a whole lot of power that might not be council policy.
Again, through the chair, the change was, so the process for drafting and changing the agreement was the outgoing mayoral forum discussed what had worked and what hadn't. Changes were then proposed and incorporated into a new draft that was discussed at the mayoral forum on the 9th of December, and what you have in front of you is what the current mayoral forum has suggested as a model for the Triennial agreement. And so that's certainly was debate about the mandate or otherwise of mayors in that situation, and you'll see that our position is potentially different than what other authorities think that mandate might be.
So is it possible for me to add to the recommendation around some of the things that we would like change, given that it's tomorrow, isn't it, that it's due?
Yes, so our advice is that council needs to, we can't knowingly break the law and not sign the document today or commit to signing it in advance of the 1st of March, but the mechanism would be to resolve what you would like changed, and that will then be taken through the process and discussed at the next mayoral forum to see if those changes can be agreed and incorporated.
I just have a question about why we have one day to decide, or an hour or something to decide. So if this was discussed on the 9th of December, why were councillors not given it earlier to see?
The process is that it just goes through the councils normally in February. That's always what has happened historically, and so it has gone through the respective councils in February. I think we're the last one now to have it.
Are we able to give feedback that that's giving us one day is really not acceptable to look at something like this, which is about working together?
I think we've already, as officers, think that there needs to be a different process for how we feedback on this, and we'll certainly discuss that if we're in a position to the next time this is redrafted.
Thank you. I'd like to foreshadow that I'll move the recommendations, and I'd like to add into it that the DCC should note that it's done on the understanding that the members of the Otago Mayoral Forum speak in their own right rather than as representatives of the councils. 2, the Otago Mayoral Forum does not have the power to legally bind the DCC to any act or decision unless the act or decision has been agreed to by decision of that council. 2, DCC will seek to have the Triennial agreement amended as soon as possible so the above 2 points are explicitly recorded in the agreement.
Councillor Bitspo.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Following on from Councillor Barker's questions, I'm concerned about the lack of clarity around these phrases. I have an expectation, as I'm sure you all do, we all do, that if council policy exists, then the mayor, whoever he or she might be, represents that policy, and there is always, if there's no policy, well, might be a free-for-all, but where policy exists, I think there is a clear expectation about behaviour, whether it's the mayor of this authority or any other. Historically, this has been an issue for us in the past, where a previous mayor quite overtly advocated contrary to the agreed policy of council, which was an embarrassment at the time. and did create some difficulties.
Excuse me, is there a question coming? We're still in question time. Sorry, go ahead.
Can you clarify, please, Ms. Graham, the issue I raise around the expectation that, well, can you clarify the term speak in their own right when policy on a matter exists in their authority?
I'm loath to do this, but through the chair, which particular part of the agreement is your question related to? If you could point me to the
role of the mayors in the forum, and this question of whether they are speaking in their own right or representing the views of their authority.
Councillors will be aware that I have circulated advice last night that clarifies that from our point of view, Section 40A of the Local Government Act provides that mayors are broadly elected to lead, but the represent phrase that's been added into this document is something that our legal team think probably needs to be revisited. Hopefully that's an answer to your question.
Councillor Manny.
And that is exactly the very point I was just going to ask specifically around the question, because Section 41A of the Local Government Act says under the roles and powers of mayors that they may provide leadership to, and it just specifically says that, and then the mandate statement has those extra words in it. So we are definitely going to draw that attention to.
Again, through the chair, I'm assuming that what Councillor Barker is working on in some way mirrors the suggestion that was circulated last evening.
Another point, point 26, it says Otago Mayoral Forum communications such as meeting summaries will be prepared and will be up to each local authority to choose how to use the material according to their needs and processes. You've said that the ORC will be in charge of putting those together, or will those be coming back to us through the forum?
So the Secretariat is staffed by the ORC, so the staff member who supports the Mayoral Forum will provide those summaries, and then they'll be provided to the Mayor, who will then distribute, I'm assuming.
So there'll be the mechanism where it says it'll be up to each local authority to choose how to use the materials. It'll be via the Mayor that decision is made.
I will also receive a copy, so you can either of us will forward them.
Thank you. Now to cross-council working groups. These appear to be staff-based groups, is that correct?
That is correct.
Is there a reason that councillors are not included in any list of participants in this? Because you've got mayors, you've got staff, and you can have a council or deputy mayor if the mayor's unable to attend, but it's still basically the same role. Was there any intent, if we're talking about sort of meeting the sections of the Local Government Act about requiring regional communication, is there any reason it's limited to mayors and it doesn't include, say, chairs of committees if it was something like Three Waters?
The document hasn't been drafted on that basis, but there are any number of mechanisms, formal mechanisms you can use to achieve the requirements of the Act. This agreement uses the Mayoral Forum, the Chief Executive's Forum, and officer groups to achieve the obligations that are required.
And obviously we're signing this today. When will there be an opportunity before the next triennium to actually get a DCC position, a wider DCC position on this? Will there be an opportunity that will sit outside the Mayoral Forum for designing the Mayoral Forum that could be then sent back there for finding the next triennium agreement in 3 years' time?
I'm sure we could look at building one into our end of triennium process where there is some kind of review of how well it's worked from our point of view to feed into any redrafting for the next triennium.
Very good. I think we're done with questions. Very good. And so, Councillor Barker has quick adjournment. Yes. Okay. So we'll have an adjournment for 5 minutes or so, seconded by Councillor Gilbert, so that we can get the exact wording prepared. All right.
Yeah, I've just seen it.
We'll come back to the meeting. And do I guess secondly, so Councillor Barker has indicated that she'd like to move this motion that we see on the screen. I'll give everyone a chance to read it in case there are any amendments. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor O'Malley. And would you like to speak to it? Thank you.
I'll be very quick. I think that there was a long email that went around that sort of showed that I had quite a number of questions about this agreement. I had looked up what the last agreement looked like, and then this agreement looked quite different, and there were some concerning pieces in it. You can see I was also concerned about the timing that it came through, because legally it says under section 15 of the LGA must enter into an agreement containing protocols for communication, blah, 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 to give better effect to the core purposes in the Local Government Act by adopting a regional approach. So this mayoral forum is one way of adopting a regional approach. So my concerns were around transparency. I've never seen any agenda or minutes. There's nothing on the website, despite that being in the last Triennial agreement. And then there were concerns about some of the wording about mayors having a mandate. There was something that was under the LGA, and you're like, actually, no. So we're facing that, putting that in C1 and then C2, that they don't have the power to legally bind it. We've sometimes seen where, I'll bring up the hospital again, where mayors have gone and spoken perhaps in their own right and not necessarily the way that their council is feeling. And I totally appreciate Councillor Benson Pope's statement around policy, and yes, I believe that mayors are there to represent policy positions which are well known as well, and that we will seek to have the Triennial agreement amended as soon as possible. And given that we have to agree to it today, that is just put in there so that the mayor can go back and have words with how this was put together, I think. So I hope you support it.
So I'll speak to this next because I do agree with this amendment, and I think that's quite important. I think it's interesting that issues have happened in the past, and I'll be wanting to find out a little bit more about those. But, the Mayor's Forum is a general forum, and it's not, well, I certainly hadn't expected it to be controversial, but immediately upon starting, really, we are into a bit of controversy with the Dunedin Hospital. And so it's quite likely, having seen it in action, that there might be other controversies going forward. Because we do have a significant difference of opinion around the table about Three Waters policy, for instance. So it's likely, based on my experience so far, which is really only amounts to one meeting and a prelim meeting back in December, in which there was a whole range of things covered, but no depth in terms of this Triennial agreement or anything else. It's quite likely that there will be controversies going forward that come to the table, and I think it's quite a useful mechanism actually for the mayors to get an idea of what other councils are thinking, but also getting an idea of what other mayors are thinking. So it's certainly been useful for me in that regard. So I think having these protections for what is the essential democratic mechanism of communities, namely the council, and the majority vote of council is very important. So I fully support the motion, and I think the previous wording, which is what we have here and see, has been evolved, and it's been evolved over a period of time just to safeguard communities from such things may have happened in the past, and to make sure that mayors are speaking in their own right accordingly, and not shifting council policy based on their own personal predilections. So I think it's useful, and I think it's in keeping with the values of our democracy. So next on the list of speakers we have Councillor Vandervis, then Councillor Hurland.
I agree with the motion. The only thing that I would request, however, is the removal of the dots underneath "speak in their own rights rather." a series of dots like that is almost like putting exclamation marks around things.
Point of order, irrelevance. It's just a grammar thing. It's a grammar tool in the computer, so it's not included in the document.
Thank goodness for that. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I think a mayoral forum like this is an extremely good idea, one for the mayor, and particularly since it's a new mayor, that he gets to know the other mayors and they all get to have a chat, because we all know that when you get around, chatting a bit more, a little bit less, perhaps formally, you get to know each other and you get to hear some of their views, and everybody knows things get done in my opinion anyway, a lot better if you've got better working relationships. And so if you know each other a bit better, things tend to work a lot better. And so that's why I would fully support this. And I would go as far as to say that I think it's a direct benefit to our city for our mayor to have stronger links with the other mayors around the district, because when there's things that we need to advocate for, if we can get those other mayors on side, that's obviously a really good benefit. But I would say, well, I've got the microphone and the ability to say it, come on, Cadogan brothers, get on board with the fighting for the Dunedin Hospital. People in your areas will use this hospital as well. So I'll just give that plug.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think we've all spotted point 18 on this amendment, which is whether the mayors have a mandate to represent and provide leadership. If you look at section 41A of the Local Government Act, that's an internal statement, and it's leadership internally inside their own area, their territorial area. So the second sentence of part 18 is actually the one that's even more troublesome, because they're taking the extension of that and saying that they, through the Mayoral Forum, can provide collected leadership across Otago. Now that means now that is not stated in the Act at all. And the idea that the Mayoral Forum could provide a collected leadership role is a direct challenge on the sovereignty of each of the territorial areas. And therefore, while this is a good idea as a forum for sharing ideas, point 18 as it's written now starts to come dangerously close to making decisions. And that's where point 26 is incredibly important, that the forum communications such as meeting summaries will be prepared, and effectively each territorial authority will be able to see what's in it. There's been a general level of opaqueness, and that even if things are good, opaqueness always makes you worried. And specifically to some of the mayors, such as the mayors of CODC include the district, we have seen statements coming out over the years which seem to speak for Otago, which I don't really want a mayor who's not my mayor to be speaking for me. And so this forum it's a good idea. It needs some cleaning up in terms of process. And I think the other one is we could also have joint committees, and we do have one already, which is the Regional Transport Committee. And in that example, point 26 matters again. You need to know what's going on in these committees. You need to know what is being said, and you need to make sure that your representative, when representing you, if you're going to have a representative role there, is in fact taking your view into that, and what you said is heard and we hear it said the other way. So cleaning up point 18, which is more or less what this is, and getting point 26 properly reinforced, I think would make a big difference to this. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
I feel so moved. This is a really important relationship. I support those changes, but I just remind colleagues that in this forum we had very strong, excellent working relationships with colleagues in the last triennium. It would be my hope that that would continue, and I think it's unhelpful to be throwing around names in this forum, because the whole idea is to be collegial and collaborative, which is one of the points lower down in the agreement. And what we should be striving for, and this triennium is seeking to do, is a collaborative working relationship with our colleagues in other parts of Otago. We can't speak for them, just as they can't speak for us, and that's a really important point. And I support those items, those points in C.
Deputy Mayor Barker, your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for their support. I agree with everyone that it is very important that there is a forum where the mayors meet, and I think that certainly point 18, we're clearing that up with the wording of C, and then I think we will all be paying very much attention to point 26 when you're talking about, what was the word, opaqueness, which is that we don't know what's going on. And we absolutely, if we are to be collaborative and work with our nearby friends, because we do have the interests of the South at heart, that we do need to understand what exactly is being, are the key issues and what's going on.
Very good. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 12. Appointment of a hearing panel for the interim speed management plan. Is anyone going to speak to that? Well, I'll ask the event. Does anyone have any questions of Ms. Graham about the question? Very good. So it is moved by Councillor Ackland. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Fiso. So, Councillor Ackland.
Good luck, guys. I've been on this sort of thing before.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Belly.
You can run, but you cannot hide.
Okay, that seems to cover the speakers. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 13. Councillor appointments to external organisations. Does anyone have any questions of Ms. Graham? No. So someone's going to put the motion. Councillor, sorry. Oh, a question.
Yes, and I may have, since 2014, was that the same time that the Hereweka Harbour Cone Trust began, that Neville Peat was a founding member of that?
I don't think so. Mr. Peat was appointed when he became a councillor, so whatever year that was, and then continued in the role once he stood down as a councillor, as an external council appointment. So I think the purchase of Harbour Cone was a couple of years earlier than that.
No further questions?
I don't know if you've got someone to move, but I'm either happy to move or second.
Deputy Mayor Barker had raised your hand to move, is that right? Yes. So would you like to second it? Yes, very good. Deputy Mayor Barker.
In doing this, and I would specifically like to record thanks to Mr. Neville Peat, who is, I guess, famous for Wild Dunedin and for his work, both on Te Puaria Pukakura and at the Hereweka Harbour Cone Trust. He's been an amazing leader around and certainly knows all of the wildlife and his huge commitment to these. So I would like it placed on record that we do sincerely thank Mr. Neville Peat for his service on this trust, and look forward. I think that I am the other councillor appointee, so I look forward to working along with Councillor Andrew Wiley on this.
Very good. So, Councillor Gary.
I too would like to record the extraordinary work of Neville Peat, and what some of you in this regard, and what some of you may not know, is that it was Mr. Peat, along with Alison Balance, who I recall came along to a council meeting to ask that council consider purchasing, or no, it was to a community board meeting, to ask the community board to advocate to council that council buy Hereweka Harbour Cone. And the farm was up for sale, the land was up for sale. It was a big ask, and Mr. Peat, as always, very eloquently advocated in that regard. And that particular sale went through, that purchase went through, and it was a very significant one for this city and for the Otago Peninsula. It's an iconic piece of land in the city. Seen, if you fly over the city, it's one of the things you see as you approach the peninsula, you see it. And he went on, when he became a councillor, to be the council appointee, and I know he took that responsibility very seriously. He did it with the usual passion that he does everything with, his writing and his advocacy for wildlife, and he brought that local touch, which was so important. And so I would like to record my grateful thanks for his work, which I know stepping down will have been very hard for him, but he is doing that, and that should be acknowledged. I'd also like to ask, from a procedural point of view, if we could take C in two parts, because it is two appointments, if we could make it C and D, because there's two appointments there.
Very good. So that'll happen in just a second. So any other speakers? I'll just, comment, some of the most iconic artworks from Dunedin that are well known around the country, and we do have a Robin White exhibition opening on Friday night at their art gallery. Undoubtedly there will be several images of the harbour cone. And so, in particular, the work of Robin White, but also others, have spread that that Dunedin icon throughout the country and even the world in some cases. So it's particularly appropriate that we record our thanks to Mr. Neville Peat on this day, and in this week actually, where the work of Robin White is celebrated. So that's given enough time for the motion to be amended. So,
could we take it in parts, please?
So, I'll now put the motion. So, Part A records its thanks to Mr. Neville Peat. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Part B appoints Councillor Andrew Wiley to the Hiriweka Harbour Cone Trust. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. C appoints Councillor Vandervis to the Age Concern. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No, recorded please.
Carried. Part D appoints Councillor Mayhem to the Disability Issues Advisory Group. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Road closures, item number 14. There's bound to be a whole lot of questions. Mr. Tannock, and would you like to speak to the report?
Nothing to add unless there are questions.
Questions? Councillor Fiso?
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā kōrua. I'm not sure if this question should be directed at you. I'm just looking at the summary of considerations. I assume with the Māori strategic framework, those kind of relationships or the impacts in consultation of mana whenua with respect to these issues are taken care of? Will be taken care of?
And if I might just clarify through the chair, you mean questions around road closures, whether we...
I'm not, the specifics of road closures I'm not really anxious about. I'm just in terms of the relationships, and that it just says, haven't been directly engaged with, but I'm just assuming that in the Māori strategic framework that these kind of issues or aspects will be covered, whether it's, the way we talk to Ōkaha or work with Ōkaha, those kind of things.
Yes.
Any further questions? Okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor O'Malley. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Walker? No. Would anyone like to speak to it? No. I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Where are we? Golly. think we're done. Yes, I move to close the meeting temporarily while we clear the room of media and reportage. Thank you. And we're on to the confidential agenda next. We'll take 5 minutes for a break.